Okay, I'm calling to order the August 4th, 2020 meeting of the Board of Education via teleconference. By Executive Order N2920 issued on March 18th, 2020, NMUSD board meetings will be closed to the public. The public may watch the meeting by joining the Zoom webinar. For Spanish interpretation, habrá interpretación al español a través del mismo enlace de Zoom. I wanted to let everyone know and the public to know that Trustee Anderson, Trustee Black, and myself met with our attorney and reviewed the guidelines for public comment in light of the fact that we're getting so many, and that has been published. There will be four opportunities actually to comment by submitting your written comments by 9 o'clock on Tuesday morning. You may comment on closed session items and they will be read. Community input on agendized items, community input on non-agendized items, and community input on special meeting agenda items. Currently, I wanted to give everyone a notice that we have, let me printed that up, so I have that for us to give to, currently there were submitted 223 comments on the following items. There's one item comment on item 9A, intro to staff. Item 10A, report 22. Item 13B, Florida virtual schools, there are 2. Item 13C, employment of superintendent, 18. And then there are comments 16A, which is non-agenda items. There's one on the Back Bay schedule, one on the meeting, 2 on the meeting format, and 169 on the facilities use pool reopening. All of the items that are more than 10, so there's 3 items, those have been selected and they have been randomized by a randomization program, and you have received the final document with all the randomization. So with that, I will call the meeting to order. Rosie, would you call the roll call, please?
Trustee Flohr?
Here.
Trustee Yelsey? Trustee Black?
Here.
Trustee Barto?
Here.
Trustee Anderson?
Here.
Trustee Snell?
Here.
Trustee Metoyer?
Here.
Russell Lee-Sung?
Here.
Okay. Are there any public comments on closed agenda items?
No public comments on closed agenda.
So we will move into closed agenda. We have 3 items on the closed agenda report, which is a 4A, threat to public services or facilities, Government Code Section 54957A, consultation with agency counsel. 4B, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, employment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957 and Education Code 44954B. And 4C, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation that is pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D1, case number 30-2018-00-96790-CU-PO-CJC. So we will now convene into closed session. Will there be a report out, Mr. Lee-Sung? There will not be a report out. Okay, so we'll see you into closed session in 2 minutes. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. We are reconvening from closed session. Just wanted to inform everybody. by Executive Order N29-20 issued on March 18th, the NMUSD Board of Education meetings will be closed to the public. The public may watch the meeting by joining the Zoom webinar. Habrá interpretación al español a través del mismo enlace de Zoom. Could we call to order and adoption of the agenda, item number 7?
Move adoption.
I'll second. And Mrs. Flor, I'd like to pull 14A7 for
Okay.
action discussion.
Okay, so item 14A7 will move to item 13B.
Don't we need a vote?
Not until after we move the agenda and she's amending the agenda. So as soon as that, so this is you, Mrs. Metoyer, you made the motion, so you're amending the motion. Who made the motion? I can't hear you, can't hear.
I seconded it.
I know you seconded. You
Yelsey made the motion.
Who?
Trustee Yelsey made the motion.
Okay, trustee Yelsey moved and Mrs. Black seconded. Roll call, please.
Trustee Floor,
Yes.
Trustee Yelsey,
Yes.
Trustee Black,
Yes.
Trustee Barto,
Yes.
Trustee Anderson,
Yes.
Trustee Snell,
Yes.
Trustee Metoyer.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries 7-0. At this point, I wanted to inform the public who is watching. I did this already before, so I just want to give you all a breakdown. We currently have submitted by 9 o'clock this morning 223 comments. We have met Trustee Anderson, Trustee Black, and myself met with our attorneys to develop a process by which we could accommodate the high numbers of public comments. So we've adjusted the agenda to allow for public comments in 3 areas: public comments on closed session items, public comments on agenda items, and then public comments on non-agenda items. The public comments on agenda items will occur at the time that that item is introduced, as well as if there are over an abundance that will take more than 20 minutes, they have been randomized. Comments on non-agenda items are the same thing, but they will be moved to the end of the agenda. And they too will be by topic. There will be a 20-minute maximum per topic. And if there are more than that, they will be agendized. And the first 20 to 30 minutes, depending on the board's consent, will be read into the record. Currently, we have one. So we do have a comment on introduction to staff. Ms. Anderson, Trustee Anderson.
Just one moment, please. I'm bringing it up.
Sure.
Are we doing this before we adopt the minutes?
Yeah, I wasn't ready. That's a.
Oh, you're right. I apologize. Is there a motion to adopt the minutes?
Move adoption.
Second?
Second.
Trustee Metoyer moved. Trustee Black seconded. Roll call, please.
Trustee Floor,
Yes.
Trustee Yelsey,
Yes.
Trustee Black,
Yes.
Trustee Barto,
Yes.
Trustee Anderson,
Yes.
Trustee Snell,
Yes.
Trustee Metoyer.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. Okay, item number 9, introduction of new staff. Corona Del Mar High School Principal, Josh Hill, Ms. Olson, and then I will pull up Ms. Anderson. You have there's a comment on her, on him.
Thank you, President Floor, Vice President Yelsey, trustees, Mr. Lusong. It's a great pleasure for me tonight to introduce our newest member of the administrative team. Joshua Hill is our principal of Corona Del Mar. He's been on the job, I believe it's been 3 days. Though in his transition, we know that he was joining us in a couple of Zooms. He'd just kind of pop in, which was fantastic. Eager to get started. Josh is an experienced administrator who has served on various positions, over 11 years of experience as an administrator. And for the past few years, he served in the Capistrano Unified School District as an assistant superintendent of curriculum instruction for secondary schools. His site experience ranges from a traditional comprehensive high school to alternative sites, including Capistrano Valley High School and Junipero Cerro High School. So in each of his roles, he has been recognized and is known as a warm and collaborative leader who really puts the school culture and focus on student well-being, and as well as high levels of for all students. So when you take that and match it with his extensive knowledge and experience, he is just a wonderful fit for Corona Del Mar High School. And so we just want to welcome him.
Where are you, Josh? Because I can't see you. There you are. Welcome, welcome. I know this is very strange, but you'll love us. We're really thrilled to have you here. And we do have a comment from a community member. Trustee Anderson.
Yes. This is from Ruth Sanchez Kobayashi. A warm welcome to the new Corona Del Mar High School Principal Hill. As a community member and parent to 2 recent CDM high school graduates, I know very well the impact that an effective leader has on our students and on our greater community. Principal Hill has very large shoes to fill, and I'm confident that he is well equipped to do exactly that. Welcome, Principal Hill. We are excited about the future of our students with the outstanding leadership that you will deliver.
Yes, and welcome. Again, Trustee Black and I have had the pleasure of serving with a number of your former trustees, and we received a very heartwarming from, and Shara Matoye received from Martha McNicholas, saying that she wished she could say something bad about you. She just wished it, but in all her heart, she said she couldn't find one thing, and that we were under orders to take care of you. So welcome to our district.
Well, President Fleur, trustees, Superintendent Lee Sung, it's my privilege and honor, honestly, to be able to have been given this opportunity to serve as principal of Corona Del Mar High School. The community has been so warm, outgoing. I've, of course, met with Trustee Yelsey, but other community members too, who have shown me the wonderful places to eat and get snacks around the area. I've got some magnets for my refrigerator and 2 bags full of shirts that I can pick from for my school. But I am just very pleased and excited to get to work for the students, for the teachers, the staff, the community. It's going to be a challenging year, but from what I've seen and experienced so far, I'm very confident that it will be a very good year. So I'm just grateful for this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're very excited. So welcome, and we'll move on to item number 10, which is the reopening plan. Mr. Lee Sung, and I have a question because we have 22 comments on that we will read, but I wanted to check with the board on whether you would like to hear the comments before the presentation or after the presentation.
I'd like to do them before, just because I think we'll be able to answer a lot of them through the presentation.
Okay.
I agree.
Okay, so currently there is a maximum of 20 minutes per topic. We have 22 comments. If we break that down into in a lot for 30 minutes, we can accommodate all of them by reading for 2 minutes each, or thereabouts 30 minutes, and try and get them all done, if that is okay with you. Does that work? Okay, so we will start. with the community comments first, if that's all right. Trustee Barto, you have the first comment.
My comment is from Julia Edwards. I spoke to Mike Shaka, principal of the Virtual Academy, earlier this week, and he assured me that he had been promised that the format of this Zoom meeting would allow for viewers such as parents, teachers, and students to participate via live chat and ask live questions to be answered. It doesn't appear that this promise is being honored. The Zoom is a webinar with comment cards like past meetings. I've already expressed my displeasure with this format since the questions and concerns submitted via the electric comment cards are never addressed. They are simply read aloud and disappear into thin air. Parents are being asked to make a year-long commitment for our students, and we have absolutely zero information regarding the Virtual Academy. All I know is Shaka is the principal. No course offerings, no format or educational framework information. No word on sports and extracurriculars or leadership classes and opportunities. No word on whether the Virtual Academy will be standalone or embedded within each school. So many unanswered questions.
Trustee Black, you have the next comment.
Yes, my community member is Brent Bordelon. And in addition, since the 4x4 model the Estancia High School is still using requires all courses to be taught in one semester, it is imperative that both semesters be equal in length. However, the collegiate calendar alters the length of semesters, so they are drastically different. The first semester is only 16 weeks long, but the second semester is 20 weeks long. This is a huge difference and definitely not equitable for students. In addition, students in AP classes who take their AP classes in the first semester ending in December will have to wait until May to take their AP test. Therefore, they will be forced to take review classes during the second semester while at the same time taking their regular course load. Students who are lucky enough to have the same AP class the second semester will not be forced to do this. Again, definitely not equitable and an unnecessary stress to place on our students at an already stressful time. With our traditional schedule, the semesters are basically the same length and the first semester finishes at the end of January or early February, shortening the time between the end of the class and AP exam, much more equitable for all students. Again, since there is no compelling reason to make the change to the collegiate calendar during the unprecedented and uncertain times of dealing with this public health emergency and so many obvious health, safety, logistical, and academic reasons not to, I'm requesting the board give us all the precious gift of time and delay the implementation of the collegiate calendar until 2021-22 school year and begin the 2020-21 school year on September 8th, the day after Labor Day. Thank you.
Mrs. Black, your 2 minutes is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Mrs. Black, I believe you have the list that was sent out non-randomized.
Oh, okay.
Would you check and make sure that you have the list that was sent out at 2:10 this afternoon?
I'll look at it while you're reading.
Perfect. Thank you. I'm the next. I have Krista Maloney. Why was the 100% virtual option commitment changed to a full year? Will kids still be allowed to participate in sports, clubs, activities if they choose the 100% virtual and schools reopen during the year? Thank you. Trustee Metoyer.
And mine is from Carrie Bordelon. Dear Newport Mesa Board of Education and Dr. Lee Sung, my name is Carrie Bordelon and I am reaching out as an NMUSD parent, teacher, and community member. I teach first grade at Newport Heights and I am a nationally board certified teacher. My daughter is a senior at Costa Mesa High School. Myself, many other parents and teachers in our district are urging you to push back our start dates for this year to our traditional start date, September 8th. Here are some of the reasons that we believe this would benefit our teachers, students, and families. Number one, Governor Newsom won't allow us to resume in-person teaching until we are off the county's watch list for 2 weeks. Delaying our start date for students and teachers will buy us time to hopefully get off the watch list. Number two, if we do have to teach remotely, delaying our start date will make it so we won't have to do online learning for as long in the beginning, which we all know is a critical time for learning for our students as we establish routines and build classroom community. Number three, Because the 4x4 model was passed for Estancia, they now have unequal semesters to complete the same amount of classwork. If we push the calendar back, the trimesters will be the same. So semesters will be the same, so every student will receive the same number of days of instruction per class. This is especially important for our English language learners and special education students. Number 4, pushing back our start date will allow the district and schools time to fully develop a well-thought-out plan for ensuring that our students and staff are safe when we do return in person. I believe this would alleviate many of the fears that our teachers are experiencing in regard to returning in person, since no plan has been discussed with us yet. It will also allow us more time to develop a rigorous distance learning plan and learn new technology platforms so we aren't feeling overwhelmed and stressed like we were last spring. Parents will have more time to plan and save money for childcare for their students if we have to start remotely. And hopefully we will not have to pay for that childcare for as long. I truly hope you will listen and discuss this idea. Thank you for all you do for our students.
Thank you. Trustee Yelsey? You're on mute.
My comment is from Sarah Simcoe. Dear Mr. Lee-Sung, Newport Mesa USD leadership and members of the board. It has been mentioned in previous meetings that planning for the reopening of schools is not an easy task. I want to first thank you for providing a 3-level plan for both elementary and secondary schools in general education thus far. Our district leadership has spent a lot of time talking about general education and what the Max 16 plan and the now retracted 4x4 plan would look like. Now is the time to make sure we have a plan for special education as well. There have been many questions and concerns sent to NMFT to bring to district leadership attention, and was reported that special education has not been represented at the meetings. It is important that we have our Assistant Superintendent of Student Support Services, SELPA, and Director of Special Education invited and present at these meetings. We need all district leadership present at the planning meetings to assure there's continuity of care and equity for all. Students with special needs are general education students first, and added support and services embedded in to make sure that they have a free, appropriate public education. We cannot continue to work apart, general education versus special education, but rather together in unity. In the 3-level plan for elementary general education, it shows that there will be 2 cohorts of students with a maximum of 16 students per cohort. The minutes for instruction have been amended and reduced due to COVID-19. Families have the option to take let their children participate in the enrichment portion of the day when not in class. When looking at the plan for special education, it states that students will be in class full day, 6 hours, except for Wednesdays, which will be minimum days. Special education teachers would like to know how to comply with the safety guidelines and procedures while providing an education for students that have special education supports and services. We also would like guidance on how we will be addressing parent concerns, IEP services and supports that the district will be unable to accommodate during the plan and teacher staff expectations.
Thank you. Trustee Anderson.
Yes, my public comment is from Julie Delaney. Hello, I'm writing to share our hope that our 8th grade student would be able to return to his homeschool Ensign this school year if a vaccine for COVID-19 is distributed before the end of the school year. I have spoken with 2 other families in our same school that share the same opinion. We are not comfortable sending our students back to the school in the hybrid model before vaccine distribution. There should be 100% distance learning choice until all is clear after a vaccine. Selecting the cloud campus for the whole year means our students would miss the chance to return to their middle school this year. We have a student who is very social, looks forward to the elective they choose, and participating in a favorite club. The cloud campus model of pulling kids away from their home school during the pandemic isolates the student further than necessary. The cloud campus will be a wonderful school, we are certain, but our first choice is with our home school so that we can return to in-person. Our students' next chance to return to in-person learning would be his first year in high school if the entire year is spent in a cloud campus. If a vaccine is distributed before the end of the school year, our student will miss the chance to return. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Barto, you have the next. You're on.
Comment is from Claudia Marcoglisi. If a high school student chooses the online education option, are they still considered enrolled at their home school? And will they be able to participate in interscholastic athletics and graduations at their home school? Or is the online option viewed as a different school? How different is the curriculum to the homeschool curriculum? And are the students guaranteed to get the classes they selected earlier this year, which is a particular concern for high school seniors that need to complete all requirements? We would need further details to this online option now if we are being asked to commit for the year in the next few days.
Thank you. Trustee Black, you have Elizabeth Riley.
I do, thank you. Will the appropriate people actually be notified when there is a case at school? Will they follow appropriate quarantine procedures? And then in parentheses, she writes, rather than the low risk and continue attending nonsense. How are they ensuring proper ventilation in the school buildings and not just blowing it across the room? How will they enforce masks? And what is the protocol for kids who don't follow the rules? Frequently are staff being tested? How frequently are areas being cleaned? Are teachers getting paid leave for required quarantine? Who will cover these leaves and what precautions are taken with them? Thank you.
Thank you. I have Kelly Siegel. Number one, what will assessments for incoming kinders look like? Will teachers be doing this via Zoom with their students one-on-one? Usually squeeze it in during the first 2 weeks of school. 2, how will we be holding parents accountable for getting their children on Zoom and doing assignments with young children? 3, who is responsible for making sure students have internet/computers? 4, what are the planned PDs? Will it be done by grade level? Will it be relevant to distance learning/teaching? 5, we have 2 prep days, August 20 and 21. What are we prepping? Distance learning? Question, item 6. Will the district be providing lesson plans like in the spring for each grade level, or is it up to each teacher? 7, it needs to be noted that the training that is happening in the summer has been optional and unpaid. 8, what in the heck is a 16 by 16 kids in the AM hours and a new set of 16 in the PM? Is there a lunch in there? Cleaning time, prep time? Does that mean 32 conferences? Number 9, are teachers teaching ELA and math and the extension teachers doing the rest? 10, who are the extension teachers? 11, who are they teaching? 12, when do you let parents know if they're in inclement weather? What happens when no rain is in the forecast and it starts raining anyway? Where do these kids go? 13, where do mainstream special ed kids go? 14, what is the difference between virtual school and 100% distance learning other than the name? Is it the same curriculum? 15, are we following CDC guidelines as to screen time?
2 minutes is up.
Okay, thank you. There's more, but you all have them. Trustee Metoyer?
Mine is from Steve Shack. The board approved the option to do the virtual school for K-6 switch back at the end of any trimester. What we got for an option, though, was to commit for the entire year, regardless of schools reopen. What isn't clear is what if we elect to stay in our school but are unhappy with the level of education? Will we have the opportunity to switch to the virtual school or vice versa? If we are not happy with the virtual school, why can't we switch back? All across the country, kids switch schools mid-year. We are talking about switching schools in the same district. The curriculum should closely match between the programs. I understand that it may be an inconvenience for schools to have kids switching mid-year, but what about the families? We have no idea what the virtual school will look like, how professional it would be. 712 gets professional program from Florida Virtual School. All studies show that kids need to be back in the classroom So why make families commit to the entire year if schools reopen phase 2 at some point?
Terrific. Trustee Black already read Mr. Bordelon's, but I will read Ms. Gutierrez, which was the one that was randomized. So I will read that one, and Ms. Yelsey, you can rest for a minute. 2 questions. Number 1, what's going to be due about band and music for students that are majoring in music? Number 1, I am very disappointed in the way you changed the choice to stay at home learning. We worked to distance learn for the first semester. My child is a high risk. Now you have forced us to enroll him full-time school instead of distance learning. I hope you can guarantee my child's health while at school. Why did you change it? Okay. Moving on to Trustee Anderson.
My comment is from Nikki Presby. Over the course of the last 2 board meetings and the lengthy discussions regarding virtual school options, distance learning, and the hybrid level 2 plan, there has been an overwhelming focus on AP and IB students, while there has been little discussion about special ed students at all levels. Parents with students with IEPs and 504 plans require more information. Please elaborate in general on how special education students will receive services and necessary supports at all levels, as well as addressing the following. In regards to the virtual school, number 1, originally it was proposed and approved that students could transfer in and out at the semester, but now the information on the virtual school site states that students must commit to the full year. Why the change? 2, please elaborate on how special education students will receive services if enrolled in a virtual school. For high school, will SAI, specialized academic instruction, classes be offered? And if so, which ones? It is impossible to complete the intent form without this pertinent information. In regards to special education with level 2, when we get there for high school, it has been noted continuously but never addressed that special education students will attend school all day. What is the rationale for this? Does this only pertain to special day classes? Would a high school student enrolled in both general education and SAI classes be required to attend all day, every day?
Thank you. Trustee Barto?
Yes. I have Elizabeth Lapete. It's not in the student's best interest to be locked into the 100% virtual option for the entire year. Should the COVID situation improve to the point where school is open with no restrictions, all students should be allowed to return to their school, and if NMUSD loses money on the deal, so be it. It wouldn't be the first time. We must have more flexibility in this situation. The 3-level plan allows for a changing public health situation. The virtual school option should as well. Additionally, demanding a decision in a few days that will commit for an entire school year seems very rushed. The information seems to change several times a week, making it even more difficult for parents to make an informed decision. Lastly, all classes that are available at school, honors, etc., should also be made available at the virtual school, regardless of how many students attend. Spend the money.
Okay, Trustee Black, you have Erica.
Yes, she states, I am really disappointed with the minimal decisions you have left families with for the fall of 2020-21 school year. You ask us to be flexible, yet you are not. Distance learning is not effective and kids need in-person learning. Stop ruling by fear and open up the schools. Children are not carriers or vectors or disease. Give me the science that confirms this. Teachers need to be back to work, unions or not. Do not politicize my kids' education. Furthermore, as a board, you have been hiding behind these closed-door meetings and allowing minimal contact from the public. Shame on you. You get to decide such life-changing decisions for our families, and don't make the effort to include parents into the conversation. You should have found a way to responsibly meet with the public. The OC School Board did on many occasions. You found it much easier to pass and vote on agendas without opposition, I suppose. Come election, we the people will remember the many bad decisions you made at this time. We need a board with some backbone who puts the kids first.
Thank you. I have the next. It's from Steve. There were 2 duplicate submissions. In-person learning is the only way. Time to open up the schools, sports, and all programs. Trustee Metoyer.
Mine is from Michael. It was also a duplicate. He had a duplicate in also. Cowards. Put the kids first and their mental health as a priority. In-person learning is the only effective time. Time to open all of NMUSD schools.
Thank
My
you.
comment is from Daisy. Open the schools for in-person learning now with 7 exclamation points.
Trustee
Ms.
Anderson?
Flora, that is 20 minutes.
Is it okay if we go for 30? We have only 5 more comments. Can we go 10 more minutes? 4? Is that all right? Great. All right. Trustee Anderson, you have the next one.
Yes, mine is from Alex. Where is the town hall? Where can I speak to the board directly and have my voice heard? Why the closed Zoom meetings? You get to decide my children's fate, and all I get is this comment feature that has to be sent ahead of time. You can do better. It's too bad all of your decisions have been made out of fear and an avoidance of lawsuits. Kids need to be in school, and it's their constitutional right. Open up the schools already. Drop the distance learning nonsense. Science shows that kids are not carriers and that the virus is not harmful to them. Stop being afraid. Follow the science and data, not the CDC's guidelines. Most of you on this board do not have children and are so disconnected with the families you so-called serve. It's time we elect those who listen and reflect who we are. Come election, your many bad decisions will be remembered.
Thank you. Trustee Barto, you have the next one?
I'm sorry, I turned off my video instead of my mute. 1 second. Okay. Mine is from Karen. Distance learning is a joke and ineffective. Schools need to be in session and teaching in person, period. Teachers and unions need to keep their politics aside and put the kids first. In-person learning is the only option.
Thank you. Trustee Black?
Yes, mine, it's from community member Bob. Distance learning is a joke. If teachers don't want to teach in person, then give me a tax break or my ADA funds so I can enroll my kids at school that is in-person teaching. Our bad decisions will due to the fall and demise of public education. Parents have local confidence and have lost confidence and trust.
Thank you. I have Jean Alt. Has the district collaborated with NMUSD teachers to draft a proposal for delaying the start of school until after Labor Day, as in previous years? This would provide crucial time for Orange County COVID statistics to improve. Mistakes in county COVID data to be corrected, accurate enrollment responses, and for teachers to prepare for both level 2 and level 3 learning models. Thank you. Trustee Metoyer.
Mine is from Liz Slazak. As a K-12 graduate of Newport Mesa Unified School District, the parent of a K-12 graduate, a resident of Costa Mesa, and a teacher for Newport Mesa for 30 years, I would like to address phase 2 of the hybrid model for elementary school. Why is this plan so complicated, causing a planning and logistical nightmare for all teachers who desperately want to provide the best learning experience possible? There are so many options for hybrid learning, one being the HyFlex model of instruction. This model is more simple to manage, combines face-to-face and online instruction with all students simultaneously. This will prevent us from having to teach the same content twice. Trust your teachers, we have this. Students are facing more mental health issues than ever before. Their social and emotional well-being needs to be a priority. Trust your teachers. We've done this since March. Students need connections, community support, love, and a teacher to believe in each and every one of their abilities. Trust your teachers. We did this. Students will be coming in at different levels with different challenges, at different personalities. They need to grow academically, socially, and emotionally. Trust your teachers. This is what we do regardless if we're teaching remotely or from school. On March 13th, staff was told schools would close, switching to distance learning. Once the shock wore off, with no professional development or training, we jumped in. My 4th grade team at Kaiser learned Zoom in order to meet Monday. We planned for our students, supported each other, and discussed what this was going to look like. Together, we learned the programs needed, created documents, and developed lessons to support our unique students in each of our classrooms. We rose up, persevered, and created the best experience for our kids. Were there failures? Did we learn from this? Do we know what we will change? Absolutely. We are in the trenches with students and their families every day. Trust your teachers. We would love to be given the opportunity to reshape our remote teaching experience.
2 minutes is up.
We've
Thank
learned.
Thank you. Again, thank you for all the comments. We do have them. Those are the total number of comments. I hope through the presentation that many of your questions will be answered, but I do want to warn you that some of the questions will not be answered tonight. And if your question is not answered, please email at feedback@nmusd.com and we will try and get you the answers as soon as we can. Thank you. Mr. Lee-Sung.
Martha, could I make one quick comment? It sounds
Sure.
like in the comments, there was some confusion between the virtual school meeting and between this. And I just wanted to give Mr. Lee-Sung the opportunity to clarify that those are 2 different meetings.
Well taken. So, Mr. Lee-Sung?
All right, I'll start with that clarification. Tonight, we are giving a report on virtual learning, going deeper and providing more details, as well as distance learning and trying to make a distinction between the two. As promised, we're also going to be covering safety measures, not all of the aspects of it, but some of the key safety measures aligned to the state guidance. Tomorrow, and I will end this presentation with the slide on this, but I will say here at the beginning that we will also have an information meeting on reopening tomorrow evening at 6 p.m. And there is a Zoom room for that. There will be a Q&A portion for tomorrow's evening's information meeting. So please check the website on that, and we will be able to go in even greater detail and actually respond to some of the questions that come in. So with that being said, there's a lot of great questions that were brought forth in the public comments tonight. I definitely want to acknowledge that there is a lot of information with all of these aspects of reopening and these new models. And I just want to assure you that we will try to answer as many questions as we can today. And just like with anything new, we can answer what we can. There may be things that change, and there are details that still need to be worked out. And I'm going to be upfront with that we're in the middle of summer. We have had meetings with principals. Teachers have not yet come back. We're having meetings with our union leaders, and we're developing many of the aspects of implementing these plans as well as safety measures. So tonight is designed to give more information to the public and to our board and anybody listening tonight. So joining me this evening, we have not only the normal executive cabinet members, but also several directors, including our Director of Health Services, Mary Groska, our Director of Purchasing and Warehouse, John Geisler, our Director of Maintenance and Operations, Lance Bidnick, our Associate Director of Student Services, Phil D'Agostino, our Director of Special Education, Candy Barella. We have the principal of the virtual school, Mike Shaka, back with us tonight, as well as our Director of Education Technology. So we've got a whole group of folks that will share a little bit tonight or be able to answer questions that I won't be able to go into as much detail. So with that, I do want to proceed with the presentation and just give you a quick overview. So we will go deeper on the virtual school option, as well as distance learning for the entire school district, and that's part of the 3-level plan. I've been stating to the board that we will provide information on the safety measures, and these are some of the very critical areas that our parents want to know before they make a decision in terms of which option they choose, including the cleaning, disinfecting procedures, and what supplies are available. Some of the safety precautions and what is it going to look like on campus and in a classroom and in a school bus. And the face coverings. As we heard, there was a lot of questions, a lot of comments that came to the board several weeks ago. We said that that would likely change, and sure enough, we did get further guidance from the state on that. So we'll give an update on face coverings. Also wellness screenings. So what do we do when employees arrive to campus, and as well as students when they start showing up for instruction? And the other question is about what happens if there is a confirmed case or a suspected case, and what is the process that we're going to follow? And finally, again, those hygiene and health precautions that we've been emphasizing throughout this crisis, and again, what we're going to be emphasizing on a daily basis. And then there's my reminder again that we will have another information meeting tomorrow at 6 p.m. So last Friday, we had sent out a very important communication to our parents. And there was 2 parts to it. One part had to do with a parent intent to participate document, which is asking parents to make a very important decision that's best for their family and their students. And that is whether to choose the virtual learning school, 100%, or to be in the 3-level plan that could change throughout the year, depending on the circumstances. And we recognize that this is an important decision, and we aim to provide as much information as we can. And when I'm not sure because we don't have a definitive answer, I'm going to share that. And I know that everybody making this important decision wants to know as much information as possible. I'm going to try to do that, but not in all cases I can provide every detail because there's further planning that will need to take place. So I want to urge everybody, if you haven't already, is to start with this school reopening plan that was provided in that same communication. It's available on our district website. Many of the questions that are being asked and being considered are covered in the school reopening plan. So that would be a good place to start. And so with that, I do the table of contents and the different categories that are included in that reopening plan. And we'll not be covering each of these slides. We'll focus on a few of them related to some of the safety measures. So at this time, we're going to switch to Jenith Mishny, our Director of Educational Technology, and Mike Shaka, who's the principal of the virtual school, to go deeper on the virtual learning part, which I showed this slide just as a reminder because I presented this at prior board meetings, that is the parent choice. That's what we're asking parents to do. And there is a change that we had some questions in the public comments about why the change to commit to the entire year rather than a trimester or a semester. And I want to state that I did put this in the parent intent to participate. And because if we allow a mid-year shift, and this is a really, really difficult thing, it's not a mere inconvenience. This is a significant impact, not only to the virtual school, but to every single school in the district. And that's something when we recognize that this was going to be more than just a few hundred students, that this could be potentially thousands of students. And we had students shifting between this program and the regular on-site program within the 3-level plan, we are reconstituting our master schedules. We're reconstituting grade level classrooms at every school in the district. So I recognize that there is a desire for people to keep their options open throughout the year, but for us to be able to accomplish that really potentially would have a significant impact, not just on students in the virtual learning school, but potentially on every single student and every single classroom in the entire district. So that's why we're asking parents to make this decision very carefully and to commit to the entire school year. So with that, I'm now going to turn off my screen share, and Janet, I will turn it over to you and Mike Shaka.
Great, thank you. And John Drake.
And John Drake.
Yes, so thank you, President Fleur, Mr. Lee-Sung. Appreciate the time tonight to share with you as much information as we can at this point in time about our distance learning and virtual school update. We know it's important. There's lots more questions out there, and definitely encourage people to also attend tomorrow evening's meeting to go over in more detail. So this will be a kind of a cursory overview to give some answers to some questions, but tomorrow night is when we'll get into more detail. Jen, if you go to the next slide, thank you. So as we prepared for distance learning or virtual learning coming this fall and anticipating it and starting the planning, we had to recognize where we were starting in March. And you know, as an incredible job as our teachers did, they were asked to make an about face, and we were all asked to make an about face overnight and change entire systems that had been in place for years and years and years. And so overnight we were asked, we were reacting to a pandemic, and frankly, you know, we recognize in retrospect, parameters of instruction were wide. Schedules from sites varied and caused frustration. And there were different expectations in relation to face-to-face contact, asynchronous learning at home from classroom to classroom. And those all needed to be addressed. And so moving into this year, we reflected deeply on these along with the instructional program and what it means to teach and learn in a virtual environment. And we recognize that we need to provide really clear parameters and expectations for staffs and families around consistent schedules, structures, routines that will support learning virtually in every school, while also preparing at the same time to transition back and forth potentially from a virtual environment to a brick and mortar environment. Important to consider. And while the whole time maintaining a focus on meeting the needs of all learners, both in a virtual environment and one that can transition back. And so as we reflected in our experience in the spring, we want to recognize there were some rough edges, but putting some structures in place can start smoothing out those edges to provide teachers the additional support that they're asking for and that they will need in order to make a virtual environment optimal for learning. And the states supported us in that and providing us some guideposts that we will utilize, and make Newport Mesa in relation to providing some of these systems and structures in our focus on virtual learning. So at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Jenith to move that forward.
Thank you. So yes, we were very fortunate that the state did come out with distance learning standards. And I'm just gonna, walk through each of the different standards because they, as the state likes to do, they use language that doesn't always, it's a little complicated. So live interaction is the first standard, and this is that interaction piece, that connection piece between the students and the teacher, as well as their peers. And so this is required for all students every day. for progress monitoring, connectedness, purpose of instruction. And just Friday, they also came out and said that synchronous instruction may meet the requirement of the live interaction, as well as peers are involved in that too. And I mean, this is a great standard for us to set those guideposts. Attendance is mandatory, so that will be for us as well. And then minimum instruction. Students must receive a minimum amount of daily instruction that can be met by a combination of teacher instruction and time value of work assigned. So that means that not only during the synchronous time, but the asynchronous time, that those are the hours put together. So it's not 3 hours of synchronous time with a teacher, it's 3 hours of instruction, minimum 3 hours of instruction for kindergartners, 3 hours and 50 minutes for grades 1 through 3, and 4 hours. And so time value of work assigned, you think if you have a lesson and then you follow that with some asynchronous assignment, it might be 45 minutes of work, it might be 60 minutes of work, it might be 20 minutes of work. That would all get calculated into that. Of course, we are going to support all students, those with special needs, as well as our English language learners. So that's in there. And then live instruction. So now this is what I mean. You have live interaction and then you have live instruction. So the live instruction is really that synchronous time. And the state's not mandating a minimum daily amount, but they say experts strongly suggest that it, should be in distance learning. So we are coming out with suggesting, based on research, as well as talking to experts in the field that have been teaching virtually with this, K-12 age students, that really during academic instructional time, 30 minutes is a good amount of time to have that synchronous time. And when possible, to keep the groups smaller to about 10. But during community time and other, there will definitely be times when, it would be okay and good to have that group be whole class and things like that. But that's live instruction. Preventing disengagement came out as a standard, where a plan for re-engaging students who are absent for more than 3 school days. I'm pretty sure most of our teachers will want to know after, 1 day, but that's a standard. So working with all of the, all of our people that support everyone. And then checking families' connectivity, that's an area that we'll work with, making sure they're connected, have devices, as well as weekly engagement records. So additional data requirement where we keep weekly engagement records, noting how much synchronous or asynchronous instruction a student has received. And one of the items on tonight's agenda is ClassLink, which can serve as a tool for this, and we'll talk to that later. Whoops, let me see what happened there. Okay, so moving on, because I know everyone wants to know what virtual school and distance learning, are they the same? Are they different? Yes, right now, in many, many ways, virtual school and distance learning are the same. They should be the same. They're providing, great opportunities for all of our kids, and they have some differences, but things that will definitely be the same in both is the rigorous, high quality, content aligned curriculum. Obviously, careful consideration of social emotional learning for all students, rich instruction taught by our NMUSD teachers with experience, or else, support to get more experience in technologies. They both will have a balance of synchronous and asynchronous learning. We know that that's really critical. It needs to be a good balance. Our students were very, very vocal, and that was very helpful for us last year to know that. And then, all of our teachers are amazing. Our teachers, stepped up and, did amazing things in the spring, and they are so dedicated. They've been working all summer, and, will do amazing things with support whether it be distance learning or virtual. So starting a virtual school is exciting. In a pandemic, it's even more exciting. But if you think about a virtual school, we know many, many students in the spring actually thrived in that environment, right? And I think that, you know, we also know from earlier meetings, we've wanted a virtual school for many years. So it seemed like a good opportunity to do this. Virtual school allows for that flexible schedule, and while there's a structured design within it, it's designed for an ongoing virtual school. Our teachers and staff that will teach in the virtual school are choosing that, you know, for long term. They thrive in that environment as well. And then, you know, students will commit to the year in the virtual school. In distance learning, students, you know, everyone is starting in distance learning if you don't choose virtual school. Those students may not thrive in that online learning environment and, you know, are anxious to get back to the brick and mortar face-to-face experience. The schedule for distance learning will align more to a traditional brick and mortar schedule, so that transition back is smooth. And, but our teachers will be, you know, are committed to consistent high quality instruction while transitioning between the levels. So we will support all teachers in those transitions so that those go smoothly as well. But distance learning, the goal is a safe transition back to the physical classroom. And now I'm going to let Dr. Shaka talk to you about the virtual school.
Thanks, Jenith. Thanks, John, Mr. Lee-Sung, board members. I appreciate the time. And most importantly, to all of our community members that are out there, to get a little bit more information and to do the very best at making the right choice for our family and our students. My name is Mike Shaka. For those of you who I haven't met, I realized about a week ago as the survey went out that it's far more difficult to field the questions of 22,000 parents and families as opposed to the 1,200 I was used to at Ensign. So I'm doing my best to keep on top of all the emails and phone calls. I know I've spoken to many of you, but if I've not gotten a chance to reach out yet, I will do so and be as open, candid, and have those conversations so we can move through this together. I get the honor of being the principal of the Cloud Campus, the Newport Mesa Cloud Campus. You can see our website below. It is a burgeoning website, so we are updating that with information as it becomes available. I think one of the themes that we're experiencing here is that information is changing and being updated constantly. We're doing our very best to keep you as up to date. But what we continue to find is one decision has an effect on another decision. So we have to really think through some of these big decisions that we're making. The million-dollar question that we're all asking right now is, what will my student be doing each day if they enroll in the Newport Mesa Cloud Campus? And Jenith, if you can click over to the next slide. So we started by building the Cloud Campus with some instructional structures and schedules and some philosophical beliefs that we created based off of really a few key factors. One being research. We really wanted to make sure we were committed to what the research was saying about distance learning. And two, our experience. We gained some valuable experience at the end of last year and really had a lot to learn, a lot to grow, and a lot to understand. So our approach has been based off of really those two factors. First and foremost, we want to make sure we have an effective balance of synchronous and asynchronous instruction time. I know there's lots of different perspectives out there as to what the right balance is. I can tell you that research is fairly consistent when it comes to that healthy balance. And what you're going to see in the schedules that I show you in a couple minutes is the instructional balance of synchronous and asynchronous time for students. That will vary slightly from grade level to grade level, but even when you move from kindergarten up to 12th grade, the windows of each one are not as drastic as one might expect. The second is group size. You're going to see really an effort for us to have smaller group sizes in smaller chunks of time for the virtual school, so that we use that time more focused on the students rather than larger groups. the use of synchronous time. How do we use the time when our teachers are in front of our students? I can tell you the virtual school is going to shy away from using much time for direct instruction where the teacher is imparting initial information to the kids. That's going to be more of an asynchronous activity. The time that we use when our teachers are in front of our kids are really going to be used for extrapolating student feedback, for eliciting student thinking, for students talking to each other and the teacher. It's going to really be a student-driven time when they're in front of the teachers, as opposed to a teacher-driven time for that synchronous. On the flip side, our asynchronous time is really going to be used to deliver initial instruction, to allow for individual thought time. And that's something that, again, backed by research, but is really important to the philosophical belief of Newport Mesa Cloud Campus. And then finally, how we organize our teachers' time. I think that's a very important factor as well, so that we have a balance, a sustainable balance of how teachers use their time. If we're using synchronous time where students are in small groups, well, every 20 minutes of student time might equal an hour of teacher synchronous time because the classes are broke up into smaller groups. So there's a very deliberate organization of how teachers are going to organize their day and the fluidity of which we move in and out of those days. Using tools like teacher office hours, which can and will be a part of some of the learning, we'll be really defining exactly what those office hours are used for, how the teachers interact with the students, and you'll see in the schedule in a moment a little bit more detail there. So Jennifer, can we go to the next slide? So here's a sample, and I just want to start by making sure we're all clear. This is just a sample of what an elementary schedule could look like. This was an initial sample of maybe 3rd grade through 6th grade, somewhere in that ballpark. And if you look at some of the deliberate division of time, how we've organized this, you can see the attention and the small group meetings of the students. So for example, if I'm looking at Monday starts with whole group. So the whole class would meet with their teacher for about 10 minutes. The purpose of that might be to build community, connect with the kids, a check-in, a way to maybe start off their academic day, but only a 10-minute chunk of time. So it's not really a lot of time spent in that whole group. Then you might go to, if you look at some of the purple, the purple small group chunks of time that you see in the 2nd slot on Tuesday or the 3rd slot on Tuesday or many times Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Those are small group synchronous sessions of about 30 minutes where the students would meet with approximately 10 kids working with their teacher. Again, it might be feedback driven. It might be students sharing ideas, students bringing thoughts and discussing them with each other. Then you see the green components, which are the asynchronous. Again, you're going to notice those are built more for initial instruction. And part of the sample, what you don't see is if we were to show you, this whole day mapped out, you're going to see a tally at the bottom of each planning week that we have at our cloud campus that divides up the amount of minutes each day spent in synchronous and asynchronous instruction. And I can tell you one of the most common questions that I'm getting is how much time can I expect per day to have my student in front of the teacher live? And a good ballpark, although every day is different, is about 60 to 90 minutes. You're probably looking at 2 to 3 30-minute synchronous sessions with your teacher each day with the Newport Mesa Cloud Campus. And so I really want to be clear on that because I know there are different opinions, but that's really what the model is going to be built around. It's not going to be built around a consistent schedule in that they're not always going to have math at 8 and English at 9 and reading. It's going to be very fluid and responsive based off of the needs of the kids, the design of the unit, the design of the lesson. So there really is going to be a lot of fluidity. It's not going to be, we always meet at 9 o'clock for this lesson. And that's something, again, to be very aware of with the model of the cloud campus. Again, this is the elementary sample that we're looking at. So if we can click to the next slide. In addition, we've developed with our design team of teachers over the last 4 weeks. We've created and worked with a group of, I believe it was 13 elementary teachers representing all of our zones and all of our grade levels to map out an entire year at a glance. And one of the main purpose of this year at a glance is to make sure that we are able to cover all of the content we expect to cover. I'll be candid, there are still some unknowns with online learning, and we want to make sure that we're able to hit the important content of each unit to ensure our kids are moving across an entire grade level curriculum over a year's time. So this is, again, a sample of what the Cloud Campus is creating, so that we have that year at a glance and we're able to keep pace, ensure our kids move along that journey of learning and accomplish all the learning they have to. Now, there's flexibility there without a doubt, because one of our beliefs is that responsive teaching. And if we need to slow down or speed up based off of the individual students or the class, that's certainly an option. But we want to make sure we have that overall game plan. For secondary schools, we see we see what I'm calling and what our team is calling protected time. We're moving away from, in the Cloud Campus, the idea of a schedule, but I wanted to show this as an example because it's kind of a hybrid between a schedule and a more fluid opportunity for kids to learn. So what we're looking at here is a rough alignment in protected time in the AM as to what you're going to see at all of our comprehensive secondary sites. You're gonna see, and again, this is a sample of what it could look like with an 8-period day. That could change with 6 classes. But again, just to give everyone an overview of what that can look like. In the Cloud Campus, you have protected time based off your period. So it doesn't necessarily mean from 8 to 8:45 in period 1, you're gonna be in front of your teacher getting synchronous instruction. What it does mean is that a student's mind share should be on their period 1 class from 8 to 8:45. And that can look like a lot of different things. That could be working with their teacher in a whole group setting. It could be in small groups. It could be just peer groups where students are interacting with each other, sharing ideas without the oversight of a teacher, to collaborate on a project, to discuss an idea, to have mini Socratic dialogues. Because we want to make sure that students are able to be successful in this model if they are not able to stick to an exact schedule. I think that's a key component to the Cloud Campus, making sure that kids can be successful if they are not able to stick to exact schedule. That said, there will certainly be synchronous components that will be highly valuable to the Cloud Campus. In addition, if you look at the afternoon from the 1 to 1:45 slot, again, this is just an example, it is not a guarantee, it will be from 1 to 1:45. We've really broken down how we want to encourage our teachers and our students to utilize that time. I mentioned office hours earlier, and the idea of office hours felt a little bit passive in the eyes of the Cloud Campus. So we moved to a more defined structure of what we wanted kids and teachers to be doing with that time. So you can see students meeting in peer groups, teachers working one-on-one with individual students, teachers reaching out to students that might not be connecting in the way we hope. Asynchronous learning for students. So there might be an asynchronous component where the kids are off doing a reading or watching a video or being exposed to information in some asynchronous fashion. And then a really important fact, defining characteristics of Cloud Campus is the idea of feedback. We're really looking at that iterative process, focusing on skills and providing kids with feedback on the skills-based work. So you're gonna see that word a lot in Cloud Campus as well. And then we've very intentionally built in teacher planning and collaboration time. We think that teacher collaboration is a cornerstone of Cloud Campus as well, in terms of giving them time to align their practices, to share with each other, and ensure that moving forward, it's the collective knowledge of the teachers that are influencing the biggest number of our students. I will say that there are still lots of questions that we are working on. I know there's specific questions out there related to exactly what the course offerings are. We're going to do our best to answer some of those questions at our community meeting tomorrow. but I do want to share that we don't have the answers to such specific questions as to exactly what our course offerings are going to be.
Okay, so transitioning now to distance learning from the virtual school. A couple things to keep in mind.
Can I ask a question about the virtual school before we move on to distance learning? Or would you rather we hold everything to the end? Because it can get a little confusing because distance learning is different than virtual.
Sure. Yeah, go right ahead.
I also have about 5 questions, so whenever that would be good.
Yeah. First of all, the slides were very small. And so I'm hoping that we publish this presentation online so people can print it out. I happen to have printed it out so I could see some of your slides, but I'm hoping we can do that. I also, I know you're going to answer a lot of questions tomorrow, but I'd like to know the thinking, the plans that you have to unite this campus. A lot of parents are concerned because they can't go back to school and their children can't go back and forth. And so that leaves them worried about the social emotional parts of being strictly online. Are there plans, depending on what level we're at, for these students to be able to meet face-to-face, have some activities once it's safe to do so?
That's a great question, board member, and I'll answer with 2 different parts. One of our primary goals is to connect the kids. It's going to be far more challenging than it is in a brick and mortar school. At least I'm anticipating that it will be, to connect our kids with each other in a purely distant format. Now, some kids thrive and are very good at that, but that's new to many of our kids. And so we've already got a list of different ways we can try to bring our kids together. We had talked yesterday about an ASB opportunity, whether it's a class or a club, but bringing together representations from our 4 zones to help lead that school culture and to empower the kids to really help us connect the kids in different ways. As much as I think I have good ideas to some things, I'm under no pretenses that I have better ways to connect kids to each other than the kids have. So we have a lot of systems and mechanisms to empower the kids to come up with ways to connect with each other. As far as in person, that's not a road I've traveled down at this point. I think one of the main tenets of virtual school is to get a distance. So there's been no conversation by me to connect the kids in a physical way.
Okay, well, I'm thinking like activities, like, early college, they have some of their own events, dances that, and maybe I agree with what you're saying. The students that are in this may decide that's not what they want to do. I mean, it wouldn't be required, but just, I know you mentioned to me early on, school spirit, that you wanted to have this school be something kids are proud of, and I'm sure they'll come up with different ways to do that. But I was interested in how you that is on your. It sounds like it's on your list.
It's very near the top of my list. One of the first things we'll do as a school is select a mascot, have some fun, and really building that sense of community with the school.
Okay, thank you.
So my questions are,
Barto, could I just interject here? We're getting some feedback. We love to hear children, but this is a meeting, and so if you are listening in, please put your microphone on mute so that we don't get the feedback. because we're hearing lots of kids in the background. So I'd really appreciate that. I've gotten a couple of comments on that. So thank you, Trustee Barto. Go ahead.
Okay. So regarding the, okay, so the K through 6, we'll start there. I think that's an easier place to start. So for the 60 to 90 minutes live, are those teachers only teaching then at the virtual school, or are they, how are we filling those positions?
So a few weeks ago, we posted positions for elementary teachers. We got an applicant pool, and we will be interviewing, I believe, Thursday to fill the positions for elementary teachers.
Okay, great. And then for the curriculum, it looks like we're still using Wonders and Bridges as well. So if students leave for a year and come back, they're still in that kind of curricular mode.
Absolutely.
Great.
And the intent is to make sure they end with all the same standards and content mastery at the end of the year that the kids will who choose the 3-phase program.
Okay, great. My other question is related to the, so the schedule sounds like it can be flexible. I've had people ask anything from, well, they're going to do a family RV road trip this next year, so that works, to other families who have a high school student who's going to be, watching the younger kids as their reasons for choosing this virtual school. Would that be something that would be, how do I advise them? Is that something that would be a good fit for them? Or are they better off maybe taking that, making other plans? I want to help them adjust their schedule based on what we're offering.
Yeah, I can say without a doubt, there will be loss by not attending synchronous sessions. Synchronous sessions are going to be really focused on the students bringing forth their thoughts and ideas. So to me, that's a very valuable use of time. However, I know people have different situations, and one of our considerations is to provide a level of flexibility. So it won't be totally independent study, self-paced, but we are doing what we can to allow students to be successful if they are not able to commit to certain times consistently.
Okay, that's so helpful. Thank you. Kind of help them set their direction. Okay, so for my 7 through 12 questions, again, are these teachers also unique to the virtual school? Are they going to be teaching virtually and remotely all year? Would that be a good fit for those teachers who are not interested in going back to a campus? How's that going to work?
That's a question we don't have a total answer to yet. There's trade-offs to organize it in different ways, and we are in the process of kind of weighing the pros and the cons to organize it in different ways, because based off what model we choose, there are certainly trade-offs, but we haven't made a definite decision on that one yet.
Yeah, if I can add to that response. So this is something we're working very closely with our HR department. There's individuals who have expressed interest, meaning secondary teachers who have expressed interest in this. And what we have to do, particularly at the secondary level, is we have to make sure we have credentialed teachers to teach the courses that we need. And this is why this is one of those areas that it's hard to answer definitively. A very good question. We are in the process right now to see which students have stepped up to select this option, what grade levels they are, what courses that they're likely to need. And then we have to go through the process of staffing it. Obviously, the ones who have expressed an interest would be a potential candidate to teach. But it may not fill all the required courses that we need to offer. So that's why Dr. Shaka is being a little bit vague on that answer, because that's the process that's going on right now, working closely with HR and making sure we're following the appropriate process.
Thanks. And then it kind of goes into if the curriculum is different than the high school, how are teachers going to handle that if they're teaching curriculum one way at a physical school versus the cloud campus? And how will we know do we have kind of a vague idea of what curriculum will be offered? I understand that if we only had maybe 1 or 2 students, we wouldn't have a teacher for necessarily a specific class, but in general, like what kinds of curriculum are we planning on offering?
You mean like what kind of classes or the actual curriculum?
So the curriculum I understand is the Florida, and so then I guess it's 2 questions. One is, if you're a teacher, how are you going to handle teaching 2 different curriculums, number 1? And then number 2 is, do we have an idea of what those subjects offered will be? I know that, again, if we had a lot of students who wanted AP biology, then of course we'd offer AP biology. But what kinds of things are we expecting as a standard?
Yeah.
A baseline.
Sorry, Russell, did you want?
Yeah, I can respond to that. So obviously there are core courses that we have to provide. Okay, so that's a given. So I want to assure all of our board members and anybody who's listening that, you know, when there's a required core course, part of our graduation course requirement, we're going to have to offer it. What we have to be careful about, and this is where we can't guarantee at this point, that all the courses that we have in our comprehensive high schools, which is a very rich selection of courses, there is no way that we're going to be able to provide every course in this setting, particularly here in year 1. Okay, so that's something I do want to make very, very clear. However, you know, in the announcement that I put out to all the parents, you know, I did say that we're looking at offering some AP courses. And that's predicated on the number of students that we have, the number of interests, and of course, having a qualified teacher to do that. And we have some AP courses that are very popular that I know Dr. Shaka is already looking at ways to make sure we include that in the schedule. But then there's some AP classes that, you know, might only be 1 section at a particular school, or, you know, less popular AP courses that we may not be able to provide in this setting. So, you know, we're looking at offering as many choices as we can, but as you can tell, we're being very cautious of guaranteeing. And that's what's going on right now. How many students, what staff do we have, what are their course interests? Okay, so that's about the best that I can do right now in terms of that. But the core subject areas are areas that obviously we're going to have to provide to keep our students on track to graduate and to be A through G eligible and to qualify for the top colleges and universities.
Thank you for clarifying. I think there's some confusion from the parents that maybe those A through Gs wouldn't be fully offered. So I wanted to just make sure that I understood that. And then okay, so then my last question is regarding the special ed students. I've had a few parents reach out who wanted to enroll their special ed students in the virtual academy. Then they understood a little better and they decided that they didn't want to do that. So they are probably not going to be moving forward with that. But for future reference, how does that work? Is that not a good fit? What's the...
Yeah. Trustee Barto, it's a great question. We were actually going to address it a little bit later, but I see Sarah Jocham has turned off her mute button. So she, I think, is ready to respond to that.
Yes, thank you. So for the virtual school, for the Cloud Academy, the majority of our students who are in special education receive speech and language services, and they receive specialized academic instruction due to a specific learning disability. And if they are not in a special day class and they receive their majority of their classroom instruction through general education, we will be able to serve them through the virtual academy. And we're going to determine how those related services would be provided to those students. Whether remotely, still virtually, if they would come to a campus for those services. It kind of depends on what state of closure we're in, how we would provide those services. But if you are a student who has more significant special needs and you apply to the Cloud campus, then we would look at your individual IEP and determine if we can meet your needs in that environment.
Thank you, that's really helpful.
Okay, Trustee Anderson, you're next.
Oh, thank you. Are you sure you didn't want to go? I saw that you were next in the list.
No, I'm just I'm president. I'll let you guys go first.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah, I was wondering, I have a question about the math. You know, I've had a lot of questions overall for reopening about middle school. And I know we just went through a lengthy process to nail down and really have a K to 12 continuum for math. And so I'm just wondering, Mr. Drake was lovely and sent me the course listing, and it looks like there are availabilities for middle school to have advanced math. But I'm wondering how that lines up with our curriculum. I love the fact that the K to 6 part, you know, it really follows along with the existing curriculum that we have. So I just am concerned if there are, it looks like for math, they only have a 6th grade math and an advanced, and then they have 7th grade and an advanced and pre-algebra. And so the math for middle school and how we're gonna have that, if kids come back next year, are they gonna be accelerated? Are they gonna be behind? How is that gonna work? And then I also have a question about the electives, because it looks like there's only 3 electives, like a critical thinking, an art class, and a reading under this for middle school. So then how would we handle that? Would we have specific teachers that are our teachers? I just have some questions as to like how practically that will look.
Yeah, so first I'll talk about math curriculum. So the math curriculum, there's every intent to follow along with our district adopted math curriculum. The illustrative math in middle school, Trustee Anderson, will absolutely be driving our instruction. So while Florida Virtual has some foundational tools, illustrative mathematics will be the curriculum that our teachers use to ensure that they keep pace, they are prepared at the end of the year. I think that's going to be without a doubt the curriculum that drives it. It sounds like the question is similar to, you know, the AP class question in terms of will there be honors 7th grade math? Did I hear that question correctly? Yeah. So I think the answer will mirror what Mr. Lee Sung said, which is there's certainly an intent to offer those classes so long as the student demand is there and the logistics work out. So I think that would fall into the same category and answer as the AP classes.
And then for the electives, I was just trying to like wrap my brain around how we're going to do that. Like, is it going to be where there's a list of 20 possible electives and then people who have already committed, then they choose, and then, you know, the top 5 are the electives that are offered? Or how? Or if there's things like band or something that could hypothetically be done outside, but there's a virtual, like how will that work?
So there's a few different factors we'll look at. You know, everything from staffing and credentialing to student interest will be our first filter. Is let's look at the kids who have enrolled in the cloud campus and then look for trends in what they're requesting. So that will probably be the first filter. Then we'll look at what classes lend themselves to distance learning. If we have a large number of students sign up for ceramics, that might not lend itself to virtual school in the same way. And we might say, you know what, maybe ceramics is not our number 1 choice. So how well we feel that we can translate to distance learning will be a factor. And then, you know, again, looking at staffing ratios and what we logistically can pull off. But it will, the 3 electives you're looking at will not be the comprehensive list. We'll look at what the kids want, what we can offer, and what lends itself to distance learning.
And then one last question, which I'm not sure if we're able to answer it right now, but what does that timeline look like as far as if the intent is due on Friday, and then we figure out from there, okay, that's 15% of our junior high students, and then is there a survey that will go home that asks those questions? What does that timeline look like, particularly for middle school, but then also K to 12? So parents can anticipate. I keep getting so many questions as to like, the time's so short. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we already have the course requests. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Russell.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, I just want to acknowledge that, yes, every deadline turnaround is very tight. I recognize it's difficult on everybody, but we are tasking people like Dr. Shaka, like Jenith Mishny, and many of our principals to build this school in a very short period of time. So the deadline does close on Friday. I know that there's going to be quite a few people working over the weekend, as they have been, to start looking at the numbers and start looking at what impact and how to build this school. There will be a confirmation step, and I wanted to put this in here at this point, that is in the document that we sent out to all parents, that there will be a confirmation. Because A, we want to make sure that have the spot available. So parents will be receiving something, whether it be directly from Dr. Shaka or somebody else from the district, confirming their participation, okay? And I know once that confirmation is made, then Dr. Shaka will seek more additional information. And I think he was about to say that students actually have already pre-identified their courses for next year, and that would be a very good starting point.
Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Yelsey.
Thank you. Yeah, I just have one question. I was under the assumption that the Cloud Academy would have separate teachers totally than our regular comprehensive high schools, even in distance learning. But if they are going to commingle, it seems like that's going to affect the master schedules at the comprehensive high schools. Like, is it difficult? I mean, will that be difficult to manage? It seems like a complicated issue for the principals at the comprehensive high schools.
Right, and you're absolutely right. Is it a complicated issue? It is. It is. So that's what we're looking at right now, is how do we staff the virtual school without drastically impacting our comprehensive sites. And keep in mind, if we're talking a very large percentage of students that are moving to the virtual campus, there's going to have to be a staffing adjustment at the other sites. And so we want to make sure that we don't take away all the teachers that they need to run their programs. So we are looking at it from both sides. And again, that is very complex to have the proper teachers with the proper credentialing for the virtual school without impacting the sites. And what's the best way to do that? It depends. Do we take a teacher completely out of their site, or do we take a teacher partially out of the site? And so that's kind of what we're analyzing right now. And that's why we can't be real definitive on that question.
Great. I'm going to ask whether Trustee Black, do you have any questions about the virtual academy piece or the Cloud Academy?
I don't. They've been answered. Thank you.
Okay. Trustee Metoyer, do you have any questions or comments?
Probably not until we're all done and they'll all come popping into my head.
Okay. I have three questions, Mike and Mr. Shaka, and that's, you know, CTE is near and dear to my heart. And so I want to make sure that will we be working with Coastline ROP to provide high quality career and technical education as part of the virtual academy?
So I can speak to CTE in general, definitely near and dear to my heart as well. I spoke to Michael Vossen this morning. We have a scheduled meeting with Lisa Snowden, the coordinator of CTE. And what we're finding is that CTE classes, some of them really lend themselves to distance learning. Some don't, but some of them are really set up to make a nice transition. So that's what we're starting to talk about. Again, I will go back to the asterisk of it's all going to be driven by student request, but my suspicion is we're going to have some students sign up for some CTE classes that really lend themselves towards distance learning.
Great, thank you. The next question is in regards to the school itself. If potentially we have even 10% of our students in this enrolled in this school, that's quite a large school. That's potentially 2,200 students, if I can do my math correct, right? So I'm particularly concerned about those numbers and the capacity, because that's 2,200 students that come out of our comprehensive elementary schools, and as you said, the staffing issues become enormous, and I think that that's the reason why you're asking for a commitment of a year. At the high school level, are we going to be staffing for a counselor? So will there be available a career placement specialist, a counselor to help manage applications, student plans, scheduling, all of those items that really need to occur? And will that be available? And I don't know how I just want to know whether that's going to be available.
Right. And President Floor, absolutely, a school of that magnitude is going to require a staff, because we're building, and it's almost the size of one of our largest comprehensive high schools. So there's no doubt that we're either going to have to hire additional staff or shift existing staff to that school to take care of those duties and services. And just like in special ed, just like Sarah Jocham said, these are our students. They're still our students. And they're going to get the social, emotional, mental health support, the special ed support, the counseling support, et cetera, because they are our students. So again, part of the complex transition that we're doing in such a very, very short period of time.
Great. And finally, I think, and this is just a general comment, I'm heartened to hear that we're looking at this as a long-term school, that this is just not a school reaction to COVID and then we're going to move on. But at the same time, there are kids that are going to be going to this school because of COVID. Let's not be, it's not that they're choosing, but because of some issues in their families are making this choice that they want to do that. With that in mind, and I know that we are working to find, identify an ASB, identify all of those. I don't want to lose sight of the fact that many of our kids have already established connections with their previous school, but because of circumstances, they're going to this school, and that we're asking them to commit for a year. But what will that look like on, for example, on a transcript? Say they commit for this year, they're going to school, but they really did it because they didn't want to go to school, they wanted to have this. And now they're going to transfer to go back to another school. What does that look like on a transfer? How does that translate versus keeping them in their school this year as they're on the roll, even though they're at the cloud campus, they're on the roll, they're virtually at their school. I'm just concerned about that. Especially I'm concerned about the juniors and the seniors who may be interested, who may want to, they're a senior. They're going to this school, but they want to graduate from Newport Harbor or Estancia or Costa Mesa or whatever the school is. They want to graduate with their class that they've grown up with, so to speak. What are those provisions? And I think it goes to the question that Trustee Snell made about athletics, about those extracurricular, all about those connections that, especially at the high school and probably at the middle, not necessarily at the middle school because that's such a short period of time, but at the elementary, the 5th and 6th, where they've really established some connections with their school and have an identity.
Yeah, Mrs. Floor, this is the crux of our discussions that's going on right now. And I just want to acknowledge that great questions that are being asked by many of our parents right now, and that deep connection, particularly for our seniors and juniors who might be considering this. There was even a question that was posed about graduation.
Right.
Do they get to graduate from their their home site, or is it a graduation from the cloud campus, or both? And so the same thing with athletics. A lot of parents are asking about athletics, and we all know that the athletic competition has been delayed until December. But you know, to commit to this program for the whole year, not do athletics. So this is what we're working on. I'm hoping we're going to have a definitive decision very quickly. Okay, and I just can't say right now for sure because we have not had the opportunity to confirm what we're hoping to be able to do. But all of that being said, I don't want to discount what Dr. Shaka said about the importance of all the students, no matter what their home school is, that we want them at home in campus and for them to have an identity and connect with their teachers and connect with their classmates. So I don't want to send a mixed message because it's not. They need to be part of the school, but could we do some of these other things in terms of helping them stay connected to their home school? That's what we're working on right now. Okay, and that's what I can do at this point.
At least this year, because this is the critical. Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other? I don't see any other questions. Any other hands? So,
Mrs. Yelsey
would like to continue.
Mrs.
I'm
Ford,
sorry.
I did have one more question, or just confirmation. You know, I know we all had concerns with distance learning in the spring for various reasons. And we've made it clear that what we're going to with virtual or distance learning in our 3-level plan will be different. So can we confirm that the students will be accountable to be in class, the teachers will be accountable to be there, and that the grades, they will be graded as they were before? They will not be graded as they were in the spring.
Right. Let me answer that question directly, and then I'm going to turn it over to Jenith Mishny, who will actually go deeper on the distance learning part. We're only halfway through this, okay? But first of all, I want to make very clear, and this was a great question that was posed to me, is are we still using that modified grading structure that the board took action to adjust last spring? And the answer is no. The board took action on a temporary basis, and that only affected the last grading period of the last school year, okay? So we're back to the regular grading system. It's also very clear attendance is going to be taken every day. That's part of the guidance that we've received and that we will of course adhere to. And so it's very important for people to know that things are different than what it was in the spring last year. And we have the guidance, and you're going to hear more of that in Jenith's presentation. But I did want to clarify that attendance is mandatory, will be taken, and the grading structure and system is back to our normal system. Okay, so with that, Jenith?
Yeah, I'm going to start real quickly and then hand it off to Jenith. And I guess to start with distance learning,
hang on.
While she's bringing it up, while we are, or as Dr. Shaka talked about earlier, the virtual school really is targeting obviously anybody who wants that experience, but ideally families are thinking through where their kids are going to thrive the most, and the distance learning piece is where families are recognizing the need for when the appropriate level is provided, that kids can return to school. And so at the moment, we're in distance learning. And a couple things to think through with distance learning is number one, that similar to the virtual school, that we need to make sure that we're prioritizing the content from each grade level, each content area, that the critical learnings and understandings are targeted and made sure are solidly in place for kids before they transition to the next grade level or content level. In the same sense, with the enormous amount of work that went into developing, designing, and guiding the virtual school, we didn't want to duplicate efforts and not provide similar structures and opportunities for our teachers. And so we did full disclosure, learned from all the learning that took place in developing the virtual school and are incorporating some of that in the supports and ideas being part of the distance learning program. And then finally, the biggest difference is really in the flexibility. It'll be less flexible in distance learning because we want to be able to transition back into a scheduled day as would normally be in place when we return back in person. And so with that, it's probably a good idea just to look at a few of the schedules. I'm going to cover the secondary distance learning schedule. And as you notice, it looks very, very similar to the virtual school, other than the flexibility. These will be time bound, so you'll see there's, just like our regular schedules, our 8-period block schedules, there's odd days and even days all the way through the week, and then cycles back around the following week. 1, 3, 5, 7 on Monday, 2, 4, 6, 8 on Tuesday, and so forth down the line. The periods are shorter, again, attending to those guideposts that the state provided us in relation to amounts of time, the research around screen time and synchronous and asynchronous learning are all incorporated into this schedule, but it does definitely mirror the regular schedule at our secondary sites, so that when that time comes that we can transition back to in-person, even if that's level 2, we can fall right back into our block schedule. And similar to and learning from last year, we did structure some office hours so that students definitely had an opportunity for reaching out to their teachers for additional help. But it's also going to be a little bit more structured than that. If you recall, Jenith talked about in the guideposts or in our standards, the need to make sure that we are following up and engaging students, especially those that are falling away from attending regularly. So part of office hours will be outreach. Part of office hours will also be teachers organizing some additional support for groups of kids, both extension and additional support. It's not just the teacher sitting in Zoom waiting for kids to come. They'll be actively outreaching, providing support, and making sure they're following up to make sure kids stay engaged and connected. And so those will be the office hours, 4 days a week. On Wednesdays, they will not have office hours on Wednesdays so that they can do their regular business and staff meetings, as well as critically provide the professional development to continue to get better and improve in this distance learning, teaching and learning. And then finally, also recognizing the need for teachers to continue with some additional time. There will be teacher planning and reflection and collaboration from 2 to 3 at their campuses. So this is the secondary distance learning schedule, very similar to the virtual, but a little bit more structured and consistent with the actual schedule, a little less flexibility.
Okay, so now we're going to look at the elementary. And as John mentioned, the whole duplication of efforts. When we pulled the design team together, K6, 7, 12, to start working on the virtual school, we didn't know we were going to be level 3 distance learning in August, right? We thought still maybe hybrid. So once that was made clear, we thought, okay, we need to take the work we just did for the virtual school and apply that across the district to support all of our teachers and students and families. But in doing so, we realized, and working with all of the design team and then the principals, we went through some reiterations of the schedule. This is a sample of what it could look like, and some things we really learned from the spring, and also just from research and the time we put into this, was that having a consistent schedule for parents, and we brought this up, I talked to you all about this last week, but having that consistent time where there is a synchronous block of time in the morning where all students, TK6 are online, synchronously working, in small groups with their teachers. They have a morning meeting. That could be 10 minutes, it could be 20 minutes. Then they, some of them may move into, you know, the small group, and some may go off and have their small group a little bit later that morning. But parents can really, you know that, okay, we're getting up, school's starting at 8:30. We also, I think this was mentioned earlier, but that, you know, start and end times for distance learning would really follow the schedule and the of the school, so that, again, transition back would be more succinct. So then there's the middle time where it's asynchronous. Students could be doing all kinds of things depending on the grade level. So at the, you know, younger grades, they might be doing you know, an activity or something in Seesaw, or and the teacher could also be providing feedback during that time and reflecting with students. Upper grades, we talked a lot about like peer-to-peer collaboration time, and these are instructional blocks that really teachers could move around. So this is just giving you an idea of what a schedule could look like. And then in the afternoon, they come back and they meet again with their teacher in a small group. It might be math, it might be science. They might have done math in the morning, and it might be ELA reading in the afternoon or intervention. But then the teacher also has that opportunity to check back in. How did, you know, that work go that you just did, you know? And so we know that a lot of teachers and families even struggled with getting the work done that wasn't during that synchronous time. So we really want to make kind of, you know, they're bumpered on both ends. And so this is an example of that schedule. So blue is synchronous, green is asynchronous, and this would just be an example of a student schedule. And then the team really did some careful thought around just giving suggestions on, you know, writing 5 days a week, 1 synchronous small group, reading 5 times a week, synchronous, 2 times in a small group, 3 times asynchronous. So putting some thought into that, as well as that alignment with the curriculum that Dr. Shaka showed you a little earlier. And lastly, we want to talk about support. So one of the big pieces here, of course, is professional development for all of our stakeholders. I really feel this is the year of personalized learning if there wasn't ever a year for that, and for everyone. We're all attacking this at different levels, from our students to our teachers to administrators, classified staff. So we really want to support people where they're at. We have our incredible digital fellows and that program. We have a math model in place that has been, you know, working as far as providing professional development, a series of learning opportunities. We're really looking at pedagogy, instructional design, UDL, tools. The last couple weeks, we offered teachers, and these were opportunities that were optional, but we provided opportunities that were given by Seesaw and all of our, you know, companies that we have tools for, or different, you know, Q or Ed Camps. So we put that together, just curated those and put a schedule out. And then starting Monday, we offered using our digital fellows, our teachers, you know, we had all kinds of courses set up. And yesterday, some of those classes had 55 teachers in it. It was so exciting. Teachers are hungry to learn and continue on. So that will go until next Friday, and then we will do it all over again and continue during some PD days, you know, all different opportunities continually throughout the year for all of our stakeholders. We are also going to work on a parent education series. Got some good input last week. You know, a parent coffee talk, YouTube series, bunch of webinars and screencasts for parents, all kinds of ways to support our families. And then as far as technology, so ClassLink is on the agenda tonight. And this is a portal for Newport Mesa for our student, parents, teachers, and staff that will allow all of those programs that are all over the place living, out there to come together. And if I'm a student, I log in with a single sign-on and everything's there. If I'm elementary, it might be Seesaw, it might be Google Classroom, it might be Schoology, Renaissance Learning, Alexia, could be any program, and it would be right there for me. If I'm a parent, even at multiple schools, it could be all of those programs that I would log into, School Loop, Schoology, Peachjar, Blackboard, again, all the different programs right there so that we can finally, help everyone out with a single sign-on. It also basically helps us with that engagement, and it will share the number of minutes that a student spends on any of our web-based programs. And we don't really see exactly what they do, but it does tell us that, they were in Google Classroom for 35 minutes. They were on a, Google Doc for this long. And so that will help us with that weekly engagement. Zoom will be in there as well. So it's really long overdue as far as a portal. We've been trying 4 years to do that. We tried with Clever in the past, but it didn't work out quite as well as this would. So then we also are providing our laptops for our teachers, and we'll be one-to-one in K-12. And then there will be hotspots as needed, and we do have the technology helpline. And that is it.
Okay, thank you, Jenith. All right, I'm going to now transition to the next part, which has to do with safety measures. And I know we've taken up a lot of time and engaged in a lot of great questions, but I do want to get to this part. We have some other directors, like I said earlier, here to provide some additional information. So back to the school reopening plan. And so you heard about the virtual learning option, the distance learning, but now I believe a lot of our parents, they want to know, what are the safety measures? So if I choose the 3-level plan, and obviously at some point in the year, we move to a modified in-person, which is our level 2, what are some of the safety measures that would be in place that I can expect? Now I want to point out that on this document, right there on the front cover, it says this is a working document that may be adjusted as conditions and/or guidance changes. So the date of this was July 31st, and this is the one thing I can guarantee you, this document will change and it will evolve. So, so this is something that we will continue to update and reissue as we update it. So with that, I want to focus on a couple of slides, starting with this one, which has to do with the cleaning procedures and the supplies. And I'm very pleased that we have a director of purchasing and warehouse that is fairly new to our leadership team, who has been working since this crisis has begun to make sure that we have the proper PPE, that's the personal protective equipment, and all the supplies that we need, as well as Lance Bidnick, who's our director of M&O, making sure that we are cleaning and disinfecting our campuses up to the standards that it needs to be, particularly in this environment. So I'm going to ask the two of them just to elaborate on a couple of areas on this particular slide, and then we will cover face coverings a little deeper on another slide. So Mr. Bidnick or Mr. Geisler?
Hi, good evening, Board of Trustees, Mr. Lee Sung. John, I hope you don't mind. I'm going to jump in and just start on the disinfecting procedures first. Want to point out the disinfecting that we've been doing to prepare for the school opening. So this summer we hired about 40 additional custodians as part of our regular summer cleaning crew to make sure that we can clean and disinfect every room. This includes all of the regular summer cleaning, with an extra emphasis on making sure that we disinfect the rooms. In addition to that, with the staff return to work calendars, we made sure that each of those employees' workstations were disinfected prior to their return. And we are going to be doing one more run through to make sure that all the rooms are disinfected before the teacher return later this month. As an ongoing, our obligation for bringing kids back to school once that time comes is to make sure that we're disinfecting every classroom every night. And so we're making sure that we have the tools and materials available to do that, and then adjusting custodial schedules to make sure that that's the priority. Once again, we're following the CDC guidelines for disinfecting the classrooms nightly. In addition to that, what we're looking at doing for our custodians is providing them with the tools and equipment to make their jobs easier. That would include cold foggers, making sure that we have the proper disinfectants that are on the CDC and EPA approved lists that are rated for COVID-19. Providing the specialized training not only for the new equipment that we're going to be using, but also re-emphasizing the proper way to clean and disinfect the classrooms. And then also a strong emphasis on specialty cleaning and the training that's required for when we have emergencies or some other instance where some additional cleaning or a higher level cleaning and disinfecting is required. And then just to make sure that we are actually doing what we're saying is we're going to take extra measures to make sure that we have clear visibility into our program. We have the quality assurance and accountability put together for that. We will have checklists in the classrooms, so anybody coming into the classroom will be able to see the last time that that room was serviced, kind of like a restroom sign that you might see in retail establishments that says this room was last cleaned on by, and we'll have the place for initials as well as the date and time. And our expectation is that the custodians will be completing this as they complete the room. Regularly scheduled inspections by our management and supervisory team, making sure that we inspect during work hours to make sure that we audit their cleaning procedures, make sure they have all the right tools and equipment in place, and make sure that the rooms that they're cleaning and disinfecting are done to our satisfaction. And then also implementing regular safety and health inspections performed by the custodial staff. All of the CDC guidelines also point out the areas that require the extra attention, including those that are highlighted in this slide, the door handles and student desks and the other areas that are here. Again, I just want to emphasize that this is our priority. We have no choice. We have an obligation to make sure that we're providing this service. When we get into the hand sanitizers, we're looking at some hand sanitizers that will be available in common areas such as offices, gymnasiums, multipurpose rooms, anywhere where food is going to be served and there might be a challenge getting to a sink, just so we have an additional level of hand sanitization that we can accommodate. Also making sure that all of the soap dispensers and paper towel dispensers are fully stocked and available. We often have a challenge of vandalism to a lot of our dispensers. And so we have the process now where we have the existing inventory in the warehouse. We have the ability to be able to supply replacements on short notice to make sure that we're providing the continuity of services for the soap dispensers.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bidnick. Mr. Geisler, would you like to make some comments on this slide?
Sure, absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Lee-Sung. Good evening, President Floor, trustees. Thanks for allowing me a little bit of time this evening to do a brief review of what we are doing district-wide as far as PPE is concerned. As you all know, from the beginning of the COVID crisis, PPE has been on the forefront of things that are needed to be able to effectively protect our students, our staff, our teachers at our school sites, and to make sure that we have a safe working environment. And so in doing that, we have worked as I'll say, my staff has worked tirelessly as we've moved forward to make sure that we have the outlets to be able to provide personal protective equipment to not only all of our staff, but to all of our students as well. And so I wanted to give you a little background of what that's going to look like. And so coming into the school year, we were lucky enough to receive an allocation of personal protective equipment from the state of California to help us begin to prepare for the return to children to the classrooms and the return of staff to work. And so through that, we received disposable and cloth face masks. We received face shields and hand sanitizer. All of the things that staff needs and the students will need to be well protected at the sites. We're in the process right now of preparing a distribution that's going to be going out to all of our school sites that will include masks and sanitizer for all of the students and staff. All of the students and all the staff will get a minimum of 2 cloth masks coming from the district, along with enough disposable masks on site for anybody who comes on site who may not have one, for any student who may not have one available when they arrive, or any staff member that may not have one when they arrive. This is going to be an ongoing process. So as staff comes back, it's going to be a process of continually analyzing what our consumption looks like at our school sites. And so I've worked on putting in place a process where in our warehouse, we're going to be stocking more than sufficient amounts of all of these supplies to be able to backfill any need that the school sites are going to have. So there should be no case in which a school will not have proper masks, proper hand sanitization, and any proper PPE supplies that they'll need to be able to service their students and staff. Going forward, we're hoping to see that we'll get more from the state. There seems to be some indication that we will be getting some more PPE from the state. But the good news is that, as many of you have probably seen, when the COVID crisis first started, everything in PPE was hard to come by. You couldn't find masks, you couldn't find hand sanitizers. But the good news is those products have become much more readily available. There are very good, reputable companies that are out there that are now specifically providing and marketing products for use in hospitals and school districts, and we're actually getting priority shipments even over commercial businesses to get these supplies. And so right now, I don't foresee any issue with getting any supplies. I think moving forward, we're going to be in a very good place to be able to make sure that all of our student and staff are taken care of when it comes to their PPE.
All right, thank you, Mr. Geisler. I'm now going to move to this next slide, which is entitled Safety Precautions. But I thought this was important to share because it highlights what this is going to look like both on the school campus as well as the classroom. So I want to highlight just a few particular areas, and Mr. Geisler or Mr. Bidnick might jump in on a couple of these. But in the area of school campus, of course, we want to adhere to the California Department of Public Health guidelines that we need to maintain social distancing and maximize our space. And we're going to have signage, and I'll have Mr. Geisler talk a little bit about the signage there. Clear screens, which is commonly known as the plexiglass that we see in so many areas, will be installed in the front office areas. That we would have designated routes. And this is very important. If we're going to maintain that social distancing, we can't have crowds and bottlenecks in certain parts of the campus. So how do you keep people moving to where they need to go, but to make sure it's done in an orderly fashion? Designated entry and exit points. Again, everything needs to be orderly and that crowds cannot gather. And then the last one in this category is about limiting visitors and volunteers. As much as we love to have volunteers on our campus, the guidance does emphasize that we need to limit the amount of additional people on our school campuses. And when they do come, they will also have to follow the same screening guidelines and the face covering guidelines, but we do need to be very careful about who we have on campus. In the area of classrooms, as you've heard me talk about and the models that we've chosen, it's all predicated on making our class sizes smaller. So there's fewer bodies in the classroom. and then avoiding to share objects and promoting individual items. Whether those are items that students bring from home or that we provide, we want to promote those individual use. And Lance, I'm going to ask you to maybe talk about the water bottles very quickly.
Yeah, not a problem. Earlier this summer, we ordered just over 100 bottle filling stations, and we're installing those on certain drinking fountains that can accommodate the retrofit. And so our crews are out currently installing. I believe we have 7 schools completed. We're getting about 1 school done per day. So we'll have the rest of the district done within the next couple of weeks.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bidnick. And Mr. Geisler, would you like to talk about signs?
Sure, Mr. Lee-Sung. So for the signage, we are working on putting together some standardized signage packages that are going to be made available to all of the school sites. I've actually met with one of our elementary school principals today and started working on developing that package. It's actually going to be vetted through a larger group of elementary principals to start on Monday. And then we'll move on to our secondary principals because their needs are a lot more diverse than what we have with our elementary principals. Those signs will be everything from directional floor-mounted signs and wall-mounted signs, social distancing dots on the floor. There's a lot of standard signage that's been provided by CDC and the Department of Public Health that go in our employee areas to make sure they understand everything surrounding COVID. And then signs that will be going in classrooms, walkways, restrooms, anywhere basically that our students will be and will need guidance to be able to remember to socially distant from each other, and signage also just as reminders of how to properly try to prevent COVID when you're on the school sites.
All right, thank you. Just a quick word about recess. We will have recess. It's important for kids to get outside and to move around, so that will occur. We imagine, and this is where the principals and the teachers are going to work together to find the best schedule for recess to occur and to make sure that we keep kids spread out. And so the guidance does recommend designating certain areas for particular grade levels or classes. Now, initially, we have to say that playground equipment may be off limits. Of course, the playground area would be open, but we need to make sure that that playground equipment can be properly cleaned and that kids are washing their hands and doing all of those protocols. So initially, it's going to be closed. At some point, once we develop our routines, I could foresee some equipment being reopened. On the school bus, I have put in the materials that we've sent out that face coverings will be required on the bus, that we will make sure that we prioritize the transportation of our students with special needs. Buses will be cleaned and disinfected, and we're going to maximize the space. But I want to be very clear that on a school bus, it may not be possible to do strict 6 feet distancing. So we will maximize the space as much as possible on the school bus, but face coverings will be required for all passengers as well as the driver. And there's another piece of guidance that we will certainly adhere to, and that is keeping the windows open to the greatest extent possible to keep the ventilation moving. Now, I've already stated this again in many of the written documents I put out in prior board actions, that we will have to limit the routes. And we're working on various scenarios, but we will have to limit the routes from what we normally provide with the social distancing requirements. All right, now we're going to get into face coverings. And I've been saying to the board that this guidance likely would change, and sure enough, it did. And it actually got much clearer and much more strict. So I'm going to turn this over.
Russell, I have a question that's popped up on on the previous slide about lunches.
Okay.
Could you address the lunch? Are we still providing grab and go? And is it for all students, or will they be having to pay?
Yes, thank you. I do want to state that no matter whether we're in distance learning or in person, we will provide meals. okay? I have not received confirmation whether the rules that we had last spring and in the summer will apply in terms of free meals, okay? So once I get that confirmation, I will announce that to the board and to the public, okay? But absolutely, we will have meal service. The free and reduced lunch program will continue, but we may not, and this is a may, not be able to provide the free meals to everybody like we've done throughout the summer and last spring, okay? So, and lunch will be offered in designated areas, most likely in a grab and go type of setting, at least initially. All right, now the face covering slide. So I will ask Sarah Jocham to speak to face coverings.
Sure, and as Mr. Lee Sung stated, the guidance continues to change on the requirements for face coverings. So right now, this is based on the current guidance from the Department of Public Health. And what we are saying is that face coverings must be worn by everyone on campus who is 3rd grade or above. And that's anywhere you're on school grounds. So if you're out on the playground or in the classroom or even on the school bus, we expect that students and staff and any visitors would be wearing face coverings. And the preference obviously is face masks, but there are limited situations when the face shields may need to be used by our staff or by students in terms of looking. Some of our students with special needs will be frightened by people in masks or they can't understand what someone is saying through a mask. So we're looking at maybe some of our speech pathologists or some of our special day class teachers and aides being able to use the face shields to do some of their instruction so that kids can understand what they're saying. But once those teachers or staff are out of that situation, let's say they're walking to the restroom or they're walking to the office, they would put a face mask back on. So the face shields would be limited. And one of the other things that we have spent some time on is what are we doing for our younger students and the ability of them to wear face coverings. And as you know, the guidance is that 2nd grade or below, face coverings and face masks are strongly encouraged but not required. And if you've been out and about anywhere, grocery stores or other places, you definitely see a lot of younger children wearing masks, and I think they're becoming very acclimated to the mask. So that's what we're hoping, is that we will see a lot of our younger students also wearing masks. And then also, we want to acknowledge that people who have a medical or a mental health condition that don't allow them to wear masks will not be required to do so.
All right. Now let me go to the next slide. Okay. Mrs. Jocham?
This one is going to be Ms. Olson.
Thank you. It might be a little odd that I'm doing this one, and it's really because we started with our wellness screenings with our employees. So we've had employees at work, and we felt that it was important to get this started. So the way in which it works is we've notified employees to do a passive wellness screening before they come to work. And this really isn't new. We've always told people or asked people, if you're sick, please don't come to work. But this just puts it on the forefront of asking themselves and checking, one, to see if they have a fever of 100.4 or over, if they have any new symptoms as outlined by the guidelines. And you can see on this slide, it's down there at the bottom. Of course, these are subject to change because, as everyone has said, things change pretty regularly. And then also we asked them if they, in the past 14 days, have they had contact with anyone who has been diagnosed with COVID-19. So at home is the very first step for everybody, and we call that a passive wellness screening. And then from there, the process when they're coming to work, and we just recently started this, we have trained our administrators. They've had a little care package, thanks to John and his team, that was delivered that had all the materials. Megan Brown, our admin director of certificated personnel, put together a training for the administrators, and so we're ready to kick it off. So when someone arrives at work, there is a particular point of entry. Mr. Lee-Sung referenced that in terms of just traffic, but it's also so that there is an entry point that we can conduct what we call an active wellness screening. And an active wellness screening is we are asking the questions again, in terms of do they have any new symptoms? Have they been in contact with anyone in the past 14 days who has been diagnosed with COVID-19? And then we actually take their temperature. And if everything is good in that, then we give them a sticker. We make sure that they clean their hands with hand sanitizer and they continue to work. If they do have any of the symptoms, then we actually have an information sheet that we created in conjunction with Mary Graska, our Director of Health Services. This has been quite the collaborative effort. And on that information sheet gives the employee the guidelines of when they may return to work. And again, it changes. In fact, we were ready to do the kickoff and we had an information sheet, and just that afternoon, then the guidelines changed again. So we had to update it and get out a new one. And that's just going to be the state that we are in. So we are screening the adults coming on campus, our employees, and then we will be looking at how do we then bring that forward for a daily screening that would be with our students upon entering the campus. And again, that is going to depend on the current guidance.
Okay, now moving to COVID-19 case, what is our district process? So this one I know is Dr.
You are not correct. This one is going to be our Director of Health Services, Mary Graska. But I would like to say that in terms of the wellness screenings that we were just talking about, our action committee had looked at things, but human resources, especially Leona and Megan Brown and Kristen Clark, and now they have Shoshana Uden as their newest person, have really taken the lead in ensuring that all of these screenings for employees, people are trained, they know how to do it, and that we are starting that process. So a thank you to them on that. And then Mary, if you want to talk about what happens if there is either a confirmed case or a close contact.
Good evening, President Floor, trustees, Mr. Lee-Sung. As you can see, there's been a lot of planning and processes already put in place to promote a healthy school environment. And education leaders, along with the public health authorities, have already considered what might happen once students return to campus for instruction. And so this slide shows that there is a framework for schools to follow should there be a positive case of COVID-19. And so as we have traditionally done in Newport Mesa, we will collaborate with the local health officials, the Orange County Healthcare Agency. And depending on what those current guidelines are, we will make a determination as to what our school response will be. And there may be a time when individuals could be quarantined for up to 14 days if they've been in contact with a positive case of COVID-19. And a close contact is defined as an individual who's had contact with a positive case with close proximity of 6 feet or less for more than 15 minutes. And so there could possibly be closure of a classroom or multiple classrooms, or even district-wide closure or the district offices. And so the bulleted areas indicate that After 14 days, the school could be reopened. It's also a possibility that we would be looking at a percentage point to determine what these school closures might look like, or if we would even move into distance learning. And that has been identified currently as a 5% positive rate. That has also been a traditional positive rate when we've looked at other types of communicable disease other than COVID-19. And so it could impact the entire district, or it could be one school or a classroom. We'll just have to wait and see what happens. Hopefully we'll be clear of that. And then of course there'll be communication if there are going to be any closures or changes, a shift to distance learning. And of course we will always clean and disinfect an area where there has been an individual who is found to be positive with coronavirus. Then the determination will be made when we will return to school, and that will be an announcement that will come from this district. And then I have the next slide as well. And there have been a lot of measures put in place to reopen schools. And we will be very constant and consistent in our messaging about health and hygiene measures. And we've already done a lot of that. Leona has sent out several memos to the staff. And this slide really just gives you an example of what some of those messages have been. And so we again, I'm sorry to repeat this, but we are encouraging students and all staff to stay home if they are ill, particularly respiratory symptoms. Frequent hand washing is being encouraged with soap and water for 20 seconds. And if the soap and water aren't available, then there's alcohol-based hand sanitizer that is. And then it lists also on this slide when you should be washing your hands. And this message never gets old, but before and after eating, if you're touching your face, when playing outside. And I have to say, when transitioning from one area to another, coming in, going out at the end of the day or the beginning of the day, and using the restroom. And so we do want to encourage everyone to cover their coughs and sneezes with a tissue or the elbow. And I think a huge one is just to keep your hands away from your face. If you're going to touch your face, make sure you wash your hands first. Again, we are going to encourage physical distancing, and the 6 feet is a magic number. We hope to maintain that as much as possible. And again, whenever anyone is ill, it's always a good idea to check with the healthcare provider. Thank you.
All right. Okay, as you can see, this is a real team effort. I cannot tell you how proud I am of our team who have put this information together, kept up with all of the updates, and created the procedures and the implementation of these different areas of guidance. And when I say team effort, it's not just the people who are creating this and implementing it, but I'm also going to ask for the team approach when it comes to adhering to this, whether you're an employee or a student or a visitor, that we're all in this together, because what one person does affects others. And so we can put all this in place and have all the reminders, but this is truly, truly a team effort that we affect each other. So we're working hard behind the scenes. We will continue to do our best to answer questions and to give information out. So I want to leave with this reminder, which is tomorrow we will have another meeting, an informational meeting. We will review some of the information we covered tonight. We will field questions that either have come to us already or will be shared with us during the actual session, the Zoom session tomorrow night. We will do our best to answer as many of the questions that we can. It's a little bit of an unknown of exactly how many questions we're going to get. So we have a plan in place, and we're just going to do it. And hopefully we can get as much information out and answer as many questions as we can. So with that, that concludes my presentation. If there's any question for me or the team, we'd be happy to answer.
Great, thank you, Russell. Again, on behalf of the board, I really can't thank you all enough for, I mean, we know that you've been working hard, but seeing what you've done tonight and seeing the level of commitment, basically you've been working 24/7, every single one of you and all of those behind the scenes to ensure the safety of our students, our staff, and making sure that when they come to school, our kids are going to receive, whether in school, in person, or in distance learning, or on the cloud, that they are getting a high quality education from highly qualified teachers that are committed to doing that. Again, I can't thank you enough. This is yeoman's duty, and when you're talking about 22,000 students and over 2,500 employees, it's pretty phenomenal, and thank you. I do have a couple of questions. Trustee Anderson.
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. I know that was a lot of information. I just had some quick questions. I love to hear that we were pivoting quickly and hiring 40 additional custodians this summer. I know I've asked in the past, and I think I'll keep doing it, but you know, I would love if we can also consider hiring one school community facilitator for each site. I think that will help dramatically with the wellness, the check-ins, making sure that families have one person that they will often go to if it's a Spanish-speaking household. And so I just wanted to reiterate that is something that I have heard over and over again from a lot of staff and from parents, that there's still a high need for more support in that area. I really would like us to use either emergency elementary COVID money for that, or figure out where we can get that done. And then I also would, thank you, the idea about having the daily check-in and making sure that areas are cleaned and there's things are initialed so we know. One of the questions I've gotten from a few staff and parents again are for classrooms that may not have sinks in them, just making sure that if there are, you know, particularly for elementary, if kids are outside at times, just that we have all of those variables. So the hand washing actually can be accomplished really often. But yeah, I mean, the number one thing for me with the health and the wellness is that we have more school community facilitators. It's an essential for this period. So we're not going back to campus, you know, in the beginning, the first few weeks of August, but we do need one-on-one contact with families. So it's essential. Thank you.
Okay, Trustee, Mr. Lee-Sung, would you like to respond?
No, it's just, I do recognize that these employees are very valuable to the school and to the communities that they work with. We will take a look at our current staffing and see what we can do to make sure that that's provided as many schools that we can. Again, hiring in this environment is always a challenge, but I agree they provide a very valuable service that we can use at all of our schools.
Great, thank you. Trustee Yelsey.
Yes, thank you. I also want to thank you so much for this report. It was so well prepared and such depth. And unfortunately, I mean, I see there's a little over 200 people watching on here. So I just want to make sure it's on our website, because I think all of us get comments from the public. Well, what are you doing for safety? What kind of everything that we need. And our staff has been working on that. And so I think it's real important for people to understand that, because it was a great plan. So just thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And by the way, we will make this meeting available as soon as possible on YouTube as early as tomorrow. Okay, so.
And maybe let people know that that's going on.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Trustee Anderson, do you want to say something?
Oh yes, just one more comment. There was, I think at the beginning of the presentation, there was a comment too about like children not necessarily being the ones that are spreading COVID. And I think, there's some new information that's coming out that may not necessarily be true for 5 and under. And so, I know everything in our situation is constantly changing. And so I think if we just can continue as we've been legally advised to go with the strictest protocols, I think that will serve us best. That's it. Thank you.
Trustee Snell, do you have any comments or questions?
No, but you answered all my questions. Thank you very much. I concur. Very detailed presentation. I wish we could send it out to every home so that everybody can see it, because it'll save us a lot of time in answering questions if they can just view this and then come back with whatever questions they still have. But thank you. Great teamwork.
By the way, Mrs. Franco just let me know that it is on the reopening website already, and it was sent out to all parents and staff. So.
And in Spanish. So thank you for getting it out in Spanish as well.
That's true. Perfect. Trustee Barto, do you have any comments or questions?
Thank you for the amount of effort. This was so much information, and I'm really glad that I had a double-sided page of notes and was able to answer most of them just by checking things off as I listened. Thank you for all the tireless nights. It's a big project.
Perfect. Trustee Black.
Yes, I'd like to echo my appreciation for all the hard work, and because I know just with the amount of responses with the community, you guys are staying up all night, working weekends to make sure that we accommodate, because it is really scary and fear-based, for a lot of community members. So I just really appreciate, I think it's very thorough, and I appreciate Ms. Franco working on, making sure that we get it out to everyone. And so I know that we are accused of working in a vacuum, and of course we're not, but it is perceived that way. So I would love to know if there's any recommendations, from Ms. Franco to, find out, is there other things that we could do to make sure that we get the information out? And I believe we're doing a great job right now, but I do hear from the community and unfortunately from, the associations and reps, I'll read their letters and whatnot and saying, we are not doing that. So they are very small, compared to our 22,000 population of students, but nevertheless, it doesn't bode well, when the, our newspapers, reporters or whatnot run with that, to make great headlines. So I would really like to at least list where it is and take any suggestions, be happy to support you guys in any way we can in order to ensure that we're, blanketing this, because I think it will really help with a lot of fear, and help expedite parents making decisions as well. So thank you so much, Mr. Lee-sung. Good job and your team. Appreciate it.
Can I ask one more? I'm sorry. Marta, can I ask one more thing? Because I'm getting some questions from parents. Real time. It's my understanding that the public meeting tomorrow night with Mr. Shatka, that is going to be, people are going to be able to participate in real time and have a discussion and ask questions rather than submit comments and have them read or whatever.
I believe it's both.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah, let me clarify that. So first of all, it's not going to be just Dr. Shaka. It's going to be the team there. The team will be there again, okay? And so we'll all be there. We'll provide the introduction. We'll review some of this information. But when we talk about Q&A, we could potentially have 1,000 participants in the meeting tomorrow night. So we have to manage it. And so we, like I said, have a plan in place. There will be an opportunity for folks in real time to type in their questions. And we have a couple of moderators all ready to field those questions on the various topics. And we're going to try to contain it. so that the questions are asked towards the topic that we're on at that time. And then they will feed the questions to the panel, and then we'll respond to it that way. So we have to have a plan. It can't just be all over the place or people popping up on the Zoom. So that's the plan. I hope people do participate and ask questions. And like I said, we're gonna do the best we can to moderate the questions that come in live.
So will the questions, I know when we do meetings and there's a chat, the questions come up for everyone. Is it that kind of thing, or the questions go into some? Oh, so
Exactly.
everybody will see the questions that everybody's asking, but they can't speak. They can't speak?
Yeah, that's correct. And again, if you can imagine a meeting with 1,000 people, that would not be.
No,
very
no, but couldn't you limit it to the first 25 so that you actually have some voices? I know, because I know that's one of the, I understand what you're saying about it can be kind of dangerous to have people participate live because you never know, you know, they could start cursing or something. You just you don't know. But
I believe this is the best way to hear the questions in a very organized fashion.
Okay.
And like I said, the idea is to get the information out based on these questions. And many of the questions we already have been asked. So we plan to answer some of the more common questions and then field some of these questions throughout the
more specific questions. What about students invited as well?
Oh, absolutely.
Anybody? Okay. And how many people can participate?
3,000.
Oh, okay.
And I think that Trustee Snell, and I think that all of us are looking at this as another opportunity to grow and learn. Just like we've done with our own meetings, that we started with 500, that we moved to 1,000, and then we've moved to 3,000. I think this is again an opportunity for us to, I don't want to use the word experiment, but explore this concept of live interaction where members of the audience are actually posting their question, and then we have moderators. So this again is another technique that's being used. We'll see how it goes. It may surprise us and go very smoothly. It may need some adjustments, but again, I think that what's exciting is that hopefully we'll be able to provide some live interaction with the individuals.
And thankfully, Dr. Shaka did the previous one, so he already had to test the Ensign experience. So this one will be the second. So he is the perfect person.
We'll rely on him. We'll rely on him. Thank you.
Trustee Matoya, you have some questions or comments?
Echoing what everyone has said, we the board, we know how many hours, how many endless hours the team that has spoken tonight have spent on what they've done, only to wake up the next morning to find out something changed and it has to be altered. So I commend you. I have one request, and while we were talking, I went to the website to punch on the beautiful bright red banner that says school reopening plans, and then it comes up with news and something else. And if this plan could be a link right there, I think that might be helpful. It takes 3 clicks and I know what I'm looking for. So the more, especially since we've talked about it tonight, it doesn't have to live there forever, but if we can link it right away to the front, so it's as few clicks as possible for the community and the parents, and even some of the kids that want to know, the older high school kids can look at it. That would be my only comment. I'm just amazed at what it takes to open school when it used to just be, oh, I get to go put up my border now on my room and I have new letters and cute little pencil boxes. It's exhausting. I commend our teachers in advance for what they get to do.
Thank you. I think we're all, that's it. We'll move on to number 11. I do have a couple of comments though, and one is could you supply us with a list of the teachers and the classified staff that have been working on this? so that we can, I'd like to be able to either scroll their names. Anybody that has touched any part of this, I would like to scroll their names on the website to let people know the broadness of the individuals that have worked, including our parents. Just, I mean, because it does, as you said, Mr. Lee-Sung, it has taken a whole community to work this plan through, and it's going to end. It's not going to end. It's not going to end. I think that, you know, the fact of the matter is that we know that the social emotional of our kids is going to be long-term. And so we can't just look at what we're doing now as just year 2021, but these are issues that are with our children and with our staff, to be real honest, for time, because we've all been affected by this.
Yeah, President Fleur, I appreciate that. We'll definitely provide the recognition of the individuals involved. And you mentioned something that we had not mentioned in this presentation, but I don't want to let it go, is the mental health support of our students and support that we're providing to the families. And we have a whole team that is dedicated on that. And I want to commit to the board and to the public that we will bring that team forward, Dr. D'Agostino and his folks, to talk about all the support that we will be providing. Okay, so you mentioned that. We didn't include it tonight, but we will in another meeting.
Great, thank you. We're moving on to item 11, community input on agendized items. Trustee Black, would you read the statement about community input on agendized items?
This is an opportunity for the public to address the board regarding items on the regular meeting agenda via electronically submitted comments. Each speaker has 3 minutes of comment read time, and per board policy 9323. There is a maximum of 20 minutes of comments per topic. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public comments, depending on the topic and the number of persons submitting comments. All comments are recorded in full on the meeting video record.
Great, thank you. Okay, so on this section, we have the superintendent's report at number 12, and then we have discussion action. We have 2 comments on discussion action item B, which is the Florida virtual schools. And item 13C, we have employment of superintendent. We have 18 comments. So when we get to that, I would like board consent that, again, we move to a 2-minute and allow us all to read all 18 with a 30-minute maximum. Is everyone in agreement with that? I think we can accommodate that. Okay, and then before
your math is off, we have to go to 40 minutes.
Well, what?
18 times 2 is 36, so we have to go a little longer.
But yes, exactly. But we'll go because some of the comments are shorter than 3.
Okay, good. Thank you.
The only other thing is I'm going to take a point of personal privilege right now for the board. We have a member of the staff that is sitting in the audience who has been with us for well over 20 years, started as a administrative assistant at one of our high schools, and is now currently the coordinator of administrative services for the district. And she, after many, many years, is retiring. And this is a really sad time for us because she has gone through many of the trials that we have the board has gone through. She has led us and provided us support ever since. And Sherry Snyder, we will miss you tremendously. Your cheery attitude, your go-to, always there, always helping us be the best that we can be, keeping us out of trouble, nagging us, telling us, no, you can't do that, or yes, you can do that. Working with the community, we owe you a debt of gratitude. We do have a card for you and a gift certificate. We will get those to you, but being COVID, we will arrange for that. But again, on behalf of the board, we want to thank you so much for your service.
Yay.
So
Thank you very much.
I know you were surprised, but we can't allow you to just depart and sneak on off to the side here. So
Darn.
She's taking her Aurora Borealis and leaving.
Thank you, folks. It's been my pleasure and my honor to work with you all these years, and I will miss you, and I know that your future is going to be bright. Thank you very much.
Well, I'd like to share my congratulations to you and your family too, because you deserve it. You know, I know that all of us have such a commitment, tremendous commitment to the district, and it just, you know, really shows your passion for education and for your district. I mean, you just have been a great mentor for us, and I have to tell you, you're so patient, and we're not kidding when we say that she actually herds cats, big numbers of cats. And we are very impressed of your success. But I'm going to miss you deeply. You know, you are one of my heroes in education, and our students and staff are, you know, all the better for it, because you have made a difference in our lives.
Thank you.
Love you lots. You did really, you know, wonderful things for my life.
Thanks, Dana.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm going to miss you as well. You are the ultimate in you cover all the bases in being in covering the superintendents behind and ours as well. And I already missed you because I haven't seen you since March. So
Yeah,
so enjoy your retirement.
Thank you.
Yes.
And I too wanted to say Sherry has the greatest attitude about everything. Sometimes when she shouldn't, because we're going through something difficult or somebody's doing something that they shouldn't be doing, and she always does. And she just, every time I have a question, she's there with the answer. You're just amazing. I will miss you so much. But I know you have a grandchild now, and that's going to be so much fun.
Yes.
And just remember, the Newport Mesa way doesn't always have to happen for everybody. You can really retire if you want to. But there's always that subbing job that seems to pop up. So we might get lucky and see you later.
Okay. Thank you, Shar.
Anyone else?
Yes, thank you, Sherry. I know I haven't gotten to know you as well as everyone else, but thank you so much. It's great to have someone who has all of the administrative knowledge for years and years and years. So I wish you the best, and I hope that you have a very long time before you even think about coming back to sub, that you have a nice break. And all your Tuesdays are now free for a long time.
Thank you. Thanks, Ashley.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And if I can, I'm sorry, go ahead, Trustee Barto, please.
Oh, I was just going to say thank you so very much for keeping us organized and helping us figure everything out, especially as new board members. And have so much fun on this, hearing about your grandson. So enjoy your time with him.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, moving on to item 11. So you're still working for us right now, Sherry. So moving on to item.
President Floor, I just want to make sure that we don't forget we have our association president.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
But you have your report, and then I will ask the association presidents. So you're on item 12, superintendent report.
Very good.
So do you have anything to share?
Oh, is it my turn already?
It's your turn. Or acting superintendent.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to, again, just acknowledge the team effort that's going on right now behind the scenes. I'm so proud to work in this district with this team. And this is a crisis like no other. And I appreciate all of the acknowledgement from the board. I know the team really appreciates that, because it's been very, very difficult. But I will tell you, we get up every morning, we start our meetings, and we just keep making progress. We keep making progress. And there's been a lot of sacrifice to get everything as ready as possible for our staff to come back, and then eventually our students. And one of the the signs that we are starting the new year is what's happening over the next 2 days. And every year, there's been a long-standing tradition where we spend 2 days as a leadership team working on building our team and our knowledge and gaining our expertise to lead the school district. And so we dedicate 2 days for that. And it happens to start tomorrow. So tomorrow and Thursday are our 2 days. But in planning that with the group, this is a 2-day leadership retreat or advance that we call it, is unlike any others, because we truly have to keep our focus on what our main mission is, and that is to open school and make it as smooth and safe as possible for our staff and our students. So that really is our theme. And you're all invited. I hope to see you there. You get a little taste of some of the work that we do behind the scenes. But we look forward to spending time together, even though it is not in person, which again changes things. But very, very proud of this group, and we're going to continue to work hard for our community, parents, and students, and for each other. Okay, and then I just want to say a word to Sherry Snyder as well. You know, I was looking forward to working with her closer for a longer period of time, but I certainly respect, she has earned this, and I wish her so well on behalf of the entire staff. And I will tell you that, remember that point when Dr. Navarro, you know, went down for a while, and overnight, literally in an instant, I was thrown into that spot, and I worked very closely with Sherry. And I can tell you everything that you said, she is the ultimate professional. Now, I'm going to put myself in the calm category, most cases. She's calmer than me, like, you know, higher levels of calm, like I've never seen. And that's truly the professional and confident person that she is. And I'm going to miss you, Sherry. I know on behalf of the staff, we will miss you. We wish you well.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm going to miss you too.
Can I ask you to, in the public comments, there was several public comments about moving the calendar out back to the original. Can you address that? You know, whether that's a possibility or what's involved in something like that.
Yeah, thanks. I was going to try to weave that in somewhere in the presentation, but it didn't quite come up. So thank you for bringing this up. So I do know that there is a push by one of our very well-respected teachers, and many others have jumped onto this idea and concept is, could we delay the start of the school year? Can we delay the start of the school year? Let's wait for the virus count to come down, and maybe we can start straight in person. And as much as I understand that and respect that thinking, to change a school calendar at this point is very, very problematic. First of all, the school calendar is something that's negotiated between us and both of our employee associations, and everything really surrounds the calendar. We're talking about student families and their lives and their schedules, our employees and their lives and their schedules, and contracts that we have throughout with various companies and partner organizations. There is such a big impact to changing the calendar. And unfortunately, in this environment, we don't know whether 2 weeks later is going to be better or the same. And so this is one of those tough decisions that, again, I think we have to stay the course, open as scheduled. We've been very clear. School will start August 24th, August 12th for our early college students. And we're just going to get kids back to school, again, whether it's distance learning or whether it's in person at some point during the year.
And I know I was looking forward to getting out 2 weeks earlier. I mean, I'm already thinking where I'm going to go. So, because I'm hoping all this is over and we can all go back on vacations. So
Right.
I know that some parents are already planning vacations mid-June. So if we started 2 weeks later,
Yeah.
we would have to
And
extend.
really, I didn't mention this, but
Yeah.
by starting weeks later, yeah, exactly. We would have to end later, and then that impacts the following school year. Then we'd be in a really short summer.
Great.
Okay, and then not on the agenda, but on the agenda is our association presidents who will talk about their highlights of their activities and some of their awards if they have any, and their members. So let's start with Pam Saunders, president of CSEA, please. Pam.
Good evening, President Floor, Board, Mr. Lee-Sung, Cabinet, and guests. First, thank you for this opportunity from CSEA. First and foremost, we'd like to thank all of our classified employees throughout our district. We are very grateful to every classified employee for doing their part. We are thankful that the district has taken the time to meet with us to negotiate the reopening of school and the effects involved for our members, and for starting the 2021 contract negotiations and guaranteeing that our employees are recognized for all of their efforts during these uncertain times. We conducted a CSEA member survey to gauge our members' concerns regarding the current climate, and over 400 classified employees responded. 75% of the members are not ready or hesitate about returning to work in person. The top 3 concerns that were highlighted in the survey were: we would like to have modified work schedule to allow for less people in work areas, and the ability to work from home when it is viable to do so. For the employees that are able to work remotely, we need them to have access to appropriate technology and supplies to complete their work efficiently. We want to ensure that the required safety equipment and training is provided. Some examples of these comments include the mere fact that the district has had all this time to carefully plan, purchase, and implement safe precautions with PPE and not to have on hand upon our return like this is so sad and wrong. It is allowing us to be placed in a vulnerable position. Masks and gloves were provided by district, but minimal supply. Some spray bottles and hand sanitizers were just delivered. There are not social distancing signs or directions at all. No plexiglass PPE. My job can be done remotely, probably more than 75% of the time. Curious as to what is the reason why you're back in the office today. It would be nice to have a district laptop. Clear and concise directions from MNO custodial operations on how the year will proceed as far as cleaning and disinfecting. There was a class that was canceled on the subject, and there has been no communication on when we will receive that class going forward. I am concerned that the district asking classified to go work full-time, most of the certificated staff being allowed to work from home as if classified personnel were immune to the COVID-19 virus. I can do most of my duties at home, but at this time I would need to come into the office 1 to 2 times a week, assist with enrollments, purging CUMES, and other duties. I would feel a lot safer if we continue to rotate work days, just like we did in June. I have no problem doing my work and supporting my principal and staff, but being present in the building every day is a very big concern. I am disappointed we are not staggering our schedules. We've all been working from home since March, and we're told we could not come on campus when the virus numbers were far less than they are today. I don't want to seem ungrateful. I like my job here, and I appreciate everything that Newport Mesa has done for us during these challenging times. I am especially thankful to have a job right now when a lot of people don't. I don't feel like the health and lives of classified staff are any less important than those of our administrators, teachers, or counselors. It's all of us together that operate the schools and the district. I am asking on behalf of myself and other classified employees who have concerns that the district reconsider our work hours and allow us the option to work from home some days until the numbers go down in Orange County and we feel that it is safe to be here. If teachers and students can't be here, then we shouldn't be here either. As we continue to plan for the start of the school year, we want to ensure that our staff and students' safety is of the utmost importance. And I also wanted to say goodbye to Sherry. It's been a pleasure working with her. And again, thank you again for this opportunity from CSEA Chapter 18.
Thank you, Pam.
Thank you.
President Tamara Fairbanks, President of NMFT.
Good evening, board, honored guests. Just like iron sharpens iron, we challenge each other to make ourselves better. I would like to commend the district for using scientific data upon our return to school. Although we wish to be in the building with our kids, the infection rates in Orange County determined we have to distance learn. Now that we know that we'll be in this virtual world, we are looking to you to support us in helping our children. We want to be successful in everything we do. Through the ideal and less ideal of circumstances, our staff has and will always treat our students as our own. We tirelessly await our upcoming training to navigate this crisis, to provide excellent instruction, and to nurture our students, to provide stability and a sense of safety. As we encountered the bruises and criticism of society, we stand strong, knowing our worth, knowing that we are experts in our field and worthy of a safe workplace, knowing that we will inspire the youth in our lives in spite of the pandemic. We stand strong because we know that our humanity transpires test scores and grades. We stand strong because we will fight to close an achievement gap. We stand strong because our safety is children's safety. We stand strong because we are parents and caretakers, sisters and brothers. We are strong because we take care of our own families while we are helping others. One day we will be in a building again with our students, but until that time comes, we have to nurture and connect with them wirelessly. We didn't create this virus, nor our circumstances, but we will do the best in the meantime.
Thank you, Tamara. Appreciate those comments. Okay, so we are now moving to, oh, sorry, I dropped. Sorry. So we are now on discussion action. The first item has no comments, so it's item 13A, approve agreement with ClassLink Incorporated. Mr. Holcomb and Mr. Babovich. Or should I turn it over to you, Russell?
Yeah, this actually would be either Mr. Drake or Janet Mishney.
Okay.
A few words. She did mention it earlier in the presentation. Mr. Drake?
Yeah, I'm gonna ask Ms. Mishney to go ahead and share about this. She alluded to it a little bit in our report, but she'll give some more detail here to ClassLink.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yes, so as we know from the superintendent's parent advisory group back in January, and then again through Thought Exchange and many comments to all of you and to all of our teachers and our administrators, we have too many programs in Newport Mesa, and our parents and students are, including all of us are, what's that password? Where did I find that? Where was that? And we've done a number of things to try and help with this. We rolled out the Chromebooks in 2016, and we put the bookmarks in there and taught everyone how to use bookmarks. And, we tried to bring up Stoneware and get that working. And, we kind of hit roadblocks here and there. And so, then we bought Clever because when we gave out all the Chromebooks, we found that the littles were struggling to log in. And so I failed to mention earlier that another plus of this ClassLink is that we can create QR codes for the little kids that they can just hold up right to their Chromebook, and it logs them in, single sign-on to ClassLink with all of their programs right there at their fingertips. To be able to access. And so it's really long overdue, and something that in light of distance learning and a pandemic and everything else, it really is an amazing tool that has multifaceted features that we need.
Any questions?
That was the first I've heard about the QR. I thought that we had done a QR code before and that didn't work. Can you explain more how this operates, please?
Yes, we've never tried. Clever had an ability, but we had to really group the back end of our Google admin system to allow it to work. And so we never got that going. But ClassLink has has it down. And so it just basically teachers can, or the district can even help out and, print out, just pieces of paper with a QR code that is unique to each student. And they hold it up in front of their Chromebook camera or an iPad camera, and it will take them to the ClassLink portal, which will have all of their programs.
Trustee Matoya?
Can I have a follow-up question? So then how are we gonna, if we have students who struggle with hotspots, some people don't have printers. So is there gonna be a process where they would get those from the school? How will we?
Yes, we
how will
could.
that be distributed?
We could work that out because you can print out like whole school QR codes, not for the upper grades, but it is for the littler students, but younger students. But we could print them out, you cut them up, they're not that big, and we could even look at laminating them. Now I'm really going big.
Okay, Trustee Matoya, you had a question?
I don't have a question. I was going to make the motion. So if someone else has any questions, go right ahead.
Yes, we do. Trustee Yelsey?
I was going to make a motion too, so Sharp.
Okay. Well, you guys can fight it out. I do have a question. I don't see any other hands. You mentioned in the virtual academy that ClassLink allowed you to monitor the time students were on and teachers were on. Could you go into a little bit of
yeah, so
what does that really mean?
Because we do enter all of our web-based programs into ClassLink's portal, what that allows for is, as a district, really to look at all of the programs that, whether they're free or we pay for them, and to see who's using them. It gives us usage reports, a number, of minutes that a student's spending on a particular app or web-based service. And it really, tells us as a district, is this program being used that, we put money out there for, but also will help us with that weekly engagement that falls under the state distance learning standards in a way for us to report out what students are, the minutes that students are spending in certain apps or web-based programs.
Okay, great, thank you. Trustee Barto?
I asked you this before, and I'm just going to ask again because I know parents would have this question. So the access to ClassLink is not dependent, it's not device specific. It's dependent on web browser. Could you just explain that a little bit?
So it is in any web browser. So we would probably have nmusd.classlink.us, and they would just go to that, and in the web browser, the portal would pop up. It would be specific. They would log in, single sign-on, and it would populate with the apps or programs within the portal, and then they would be able to access. It would even, for our students, Google Drive would live in there. We could have our W drives that are on our desktops in there. Email could live in there. It just pulls all of that together. It's really nice.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
I do have a question. So it sounds to me like it's a cloud-based application. So is this the only way that we can access and gain this information, rather like a specific software program that costs almost $60,000 rather than an internal, it's cloud-based?
Yeah, there's nothing out there that, that's all of our programs really now are cloud-based. There's not much, especially with our devices, but there is not a lot of software anymore that you install on computers. Everything really lives in the cloud.
Oh no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it sounds like to me there could be another way, like to do if we set up the Chromebooks to have that capacity rather than using an outside provider that is like providing, are they hosting the site? Is that what they're doing? Or to me, it reads like it's a different software program.
It serves as a portal. So we can't set this up. We've tried with Stoneware, we've tried with Clever, and it is just a better version of these, and it's not something that we have the capacity to do in-house.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay, so may I have a motion, please?
I move that we approve the agreement with ClassLink Incorporated.
Second it.
Okay, it's been moved by Trustee Metoyer, seconded by Trustee Yelsey. Roll call, please.
Trustee Floor,
Yes.
Trustee Yelsey,
Yes.
Trustee Black,
Yes.
Trustee Barto,
Yes.
Trustee Anderson,
Yes.
Trustee Snell,
Yes.
Trustee Matoye.
Yes.
Okay, moving on to item 13B, which is ratify the purchase of Florida Virtual Schools curriculum license for 2020-21 school year. Mr. Drake, Dr. Drake, would you, and Shaka and Dr. Mishny, I guess all three of you.
Yes, I'm gonna turn this over to Dr. Mishny again.
Yes, so we worked with our, let me back up. With the idea in mind of starting a virtual school in August, and knowing what I know about online courses, because we have been having online courses in the district since 2003, in order for our courses to be A through G aligned, NCAA, UC approved, we needed to go with some kind of online curriculum. That is the only way. If we wanted our current teachers and everything that they do, which is amazing, there's about a 12-page assessment that they have to go through for every single course. And then we would have to go through the A through G approval process with UC. Our current online courses currently have to get reapproved every 3 years. There's a process for it. And so by going with some kind of digital content, it allows us to offer all of these courses, to absolutely have them all be A through G aligned, NCAA, UC approved, transfer right over to any transcript, just as if it was at one of our comprehensive high schools, and not put that initial burden on our teachers and allow us to offer more course offerings. All of our teachers we vetted, looked at 4 different online digital contents, curriculums. This was by far the best. It is definitely a high dollar amount. However, when we looked at 1,500 students, let's say 7 through 12, that cost was $259,000. So to go with the enterprise version at a little over $200,000, it gave us access to all of their content plus their AP, and then allowed it for 7 through 12 for all of our students. So if our distance learning teachers wanted to access it, they could. It also integrates right into Schoology, which was our new LMS. So that just made perfect sense. And it serves where it really still needs the teacher. And our teachers will probably take some of that content and some of what they do and mix it. But I don't know that this, I can't read the future, but I know our teachers are very interested in also getting their own, creating their courses to then get A through G, approved, NCAA, UC approved, but it was not something we could do for this year, in this virtual school. So it's really critical for those reasons that we have this digital content.
Okay. All right. Any further questions? We do have a couple of comments, and so we have 2. So I will, Trustee Yelsey, are you on, or would you? Okay, so trustee Yelsey, I will give, we'll do 3 minutes because we have exactly only two members.
Okay, my comment is from Martha O'Meara. How is a parent to divide which virtual option is best for their child if they have never seen the Florida virtual school visually? Please explain why we need to spend $211,750 on a Florida virtual school for 7th through 12th grades. These courses will be loaded directly into Schoology and taught by NMUSD teachers. Newport Mesa teachers, which you always claim are the best, already know the curriculum and how to teach. My daughter, who lives in Northern California at a high-income school district, said her district considered this option, but is only going with the virtual distance learning by teachers. Makes sense.
I think, Dr. Mishne, you answered those questions. One is that in order for our teachers to teach the college prep courses, we have to get them approved for online. In other words, you can't transfer a course that's being offered right now at one of our schools onto an online course and have it be qualified. Is that
Correct. Correct.
Okay.
Distance learning and the virtual school are definitely different. So she did allude to, you know, her sister or someone back using it for distance learning. The purpose really lies with the virtual school, which is 100%, you know, online. And so that is why it's critical, because we need those courses to be A through G aligned, NCAA approved.
Okay, great. Trustee Anderson, you have the next comment?
Yes. Mine is from Kristen Howerton. I am the parent of 4 kids in Davis and Costa Mesa Middle School and High School. First of all, I want to thank you for making the 100% online option available. For families with health vulnerabilities like mine, it is very much appreciated. I also want to thank you for all of the work you are putting into making sure our students' educations continue. I know it has to be overwhelming in a time like this. I know that many of us are trying to weigh difficult decisions about our kids for the fall and are feeling a lack of communication in regards to what the virtual school will entail, especially for high school students. This is all the more frustrating as we've been asked to make a decision about our students this week with very limited information. I can see from the agenda that you have chosen to use the Florida virtual school curriculum. I'm very glad to hear that. However, when I look at the courses listed on the quote, it looks like the electives being offered are very limited. Of course, I could be missing some information, but many of us are having to go by breadcrumb clues to figure out what the details are for the online school. What has not been answered for so many of us with these concerns is what happens with kids who are heavily involved in school-specific activities like band, ASB, sports, choir, theater, yearbook, music production, or Delta. I know for me, it's really hard to make a decision before knowing what impact it has on the things my kids are passionate about. If the online option does not offer the full spectrum of honors, AP, and electives that kids get at the regular school, then kids of vulnerable families are being punished by a limiting and alienating experience at the online school that removes them from the activities and electives they love. And to be honest, these kids have already been punished. Staying quarantined all summer as we watch so many Newport Mesa kids go to parties and sleepovers and behaving as if there's no pandemic going on. I know that some of the decisions about the virtual model will be made based on the number of families interested. But the problem is that you are not going to get a clear picture because so many parents are confused and concerned about the online option. I also want to ask if the board would consider placing all students on the Fairview virtual school curriculum, both the hybrid and the 100% online students, and offering all students, all kids, whether learning at home or in the hybrid, their electives at their home school. The FVS curriculum is a great quality control measure for distance learning, which was very inconsistent in the spring and dependent on the teacher. Having all of the teachers using the FBS curriculum would also be less work for the teachers and would allow them to focus on student interaction and retention instead of on building an online curriculum. If we move back to in-person learning or move back and forth, which is very likely, the curriculum can remain consistent and be used both at home and in the classroom. I hope you will also consider offering all electives and activities that students are looking forward to at their home school as something that they can do online.
3 minutes
board
is up.
That's 3 minutes. Thank you.
Sure.
So moving,
But you said to read the whole thing because there are only 2. There's only 2 more sentences.
Board, would you like to let her finish completing that? Okay, go ahead.
The board demonstrated that it was willing to look at out-of-the-box options and to be creative and flexible. I hope that you can come up with solutions for a fair array of classes and electives for students who choose this virtual model, and I hope that you can make a better effort at keeping parents informed. I know that I'm not alone when I say that the lack of information has been frustrating. From finding out about the 4x4 model the day before to finding out about the online curriculum and course offerings by picking through your online agenda items. Even if you do not have all the answers, you could assuage a lot of stress by offering the answers you do have in a timely manner. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on. So we have had the presentation. Are there any other questions or comments? Oh, we've got hands up. Okay, Trustee Barto?
That answered a lot of my questions regarding the cost and why we're going with that model instead of the teachers. I guess that just sort of reinforces my conviction that we should be keeping those pools of teachers separate because it is such a different curriculum. So I know we're trying to make the best of the situation we can, but I think that that should be a priority, is to make sure that the school is really its own school versus piggybacking on another one. That was just my comment.
Trustee Anderson?
Yes. So because when I initially saw, I was really kind of surprised by the cost and then the contract that was for 20,000 to nearly 25,000 students. You know, we have declining enrollment, and the last numbers from June from the budget were less than 20,500 students. And so we're probably going to be under 20,000 just as a general estimate for this year. So if the contract is for, even if every single 7th to 12th grader in our district, if we're splitting it in half, that would be 10,000 students. And it looks like it's $10.50 a student. So I'm just wondering if it's only for 7th to 12th grade, why the amount is for 210, why it's for our entire student population, TK to 12. So wouldn't we anticipate that it would look closer to 105,000?
No, the enterprise, that's the way they do the enterprise version, and it is actually 6 through 12 curriculum, but we are not using the 6th grade curriculum. But they just go with the numbers, your total number of students in the district. Again, if we had only gone with 1,500 students at $173 a license, it would have been $259,000. So the only way to get this price is to go with the enterprise version, and that's how they do that, the calculation on that.
Okay, but it's still, so hypothetically, how are we, if we are bringing this in as something that's an option for our teachers that are not teaching the virtual school, have they been trained in it? Like, when are we doing that training? Has it been explained to the principals that this is an option?
No, we're onboarding as we speak. Again, everything has been at a pace as fast as possible, but we really needed our team of teachers to vet the curriculum, because we as directors and principals are not the experts in that area. And so we worked through, like I said, 4 different digital content, companies to look at and vet through, and this is what was decided on as a team. And now we went through the process of getting quotes, and we're still working through that. So we're onboarding in the next couple of weeks, and we will be offering training to anyone who wants it with Schoology, as well as the Florida virtual content that will be in there.
Okay, I have concerns about spending this much money. If we could, based on the numbers, are there only 2 models? So there's the model that it would be, exorbitant for that you were saying that it would be 259,000. What does it look like if it's broken down per student? Because I think our district is very different in that we don't charge per child, right? Like, I don't know how they do anything in Florida, but I'm just wondering if we're anticipating, if I'm looking at my like notes that so if there were even 10% of our 7th to 12th graders that were doing the virtual school, it would be a much smaller number, because I think that some of our teachers, it's kind of like it remains to be seen if our teachers would want to use this curriculum. If they already, they started a process in the spring, they've maybe been building their curriculum over the summer. We don't know that our teachers who are connected to a school site will have any interest in using this. So it seems like a really exorbitant amount when there's like a lot of unanswered questions as to who will be using it. And then to particularly see the middle school version where there's a pretty limited course offering. It seems like a lot of money to be spending.
Trustee Anderson, I think there's some confusion. My understanding is that the Florida virtual school curriculum and what we're purchasing is strictly for the Cloud Academy.
That's not what she said.
The distance learning is going to be done by our teachers using the existing, because they are partially distanced, but it's actually our curriculum. Is that correct? And that the virtual academy, this is strictly for the virtual academy. Is that the understanding?
Yes, I mean, we are purchasing it for all 7th through 12th grade because of the enterprise model. It just made more sense. And the curriculum allows for teachers to go in and pick and choose parts of each course that are already well developed. And so there's that option. But again, if we don't go with this, then we have no A through G aligned courses for our virtual school that would transfer over this year.
So this is primarily,
yes.
Well, our teachers in the distance learning model can use this.
Yes, they
primarily for the virtual academy.
Yes, absolutely.
Because, and what you said was that if we wanted to purchase it strictly for the virtual academy, it was going to cost $259 because there's a cost per.
Correct.
Yeah. I've known about this organization, this is a charter school that was established by the entire Florida. This is, they're only virtual. And even as a parent now, you can actually sign up and have your kid take courses there. And it was like, years ago, it was like $330 per class.
Yes, they have been around for a very long time, but they are actually a full-blown district. They operate as an LEA, a public school district, K through 12. Now that is Florida Virtual School District. What we're purchasing is Florida Virtual School Global, which in 2016, they decided to take all of their curriculum that they had developed and share it. And so they created this not-for-profit organization. And because they're not-for-profit, all of their income and profits that they get have to go directly back into updating their curriculum. And so their courses are up to date, their content is up to date, and all of the money they get goes right back into their content.
And their board of education is actually the state board of education. That's who's their board. So it's a great program. I saw it in action and it's phenomenal. So did that answer your question, Trustee Anderson?
Yeah, I mean, a bit. I think it's a really high amount. And so it just didn't sound to me initially like there were different processes or levels that I was just like, are we at the Mount Everest level? Like, what are the other levels? Because we don't know how many kids are going to be in Virtual Academy. So I think it's helpful to know that other people can use it. But I also think, if we approve it tonight, they need to start getting that information out tomorrow so teachers can access it. Yeah, so I still think it's a bit exorbitant though, but.
Okay, Trustee Matoye, you have your hand up?
I move to ratify the purchase of Florida Virtual Schools curriculum license for the 2021 school year.
Okay, is there a second?
I second it.
Okay, Trustee Black, you had another comment?
No, I was just going to motion. Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Metoyer moved, Trustee Yelsey seconded. Roll call, please.
Trustee Floor,
Yes.
Trustee Yelsey,
Yes.
Trustee Black,
Yes.
Trustee Barto,
Yes.
Trustee Anderson,
I'm going to vote no.
Trustee Snell,
Yes.
Trustee Matoye.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Motion passes 6-1. Moving on to item 13C, superintendent contract. I do have a couple, we have 18 comments. So I am again going to ask the board if we can go ahead and do 2 minutes apiece. And then I will ask you whether you want to put this on, have discussion, or read the comments first. That's one. And then go to 30 minutes and read as far as we can get with 30 minutes. Does that work for everybody? Fingers up. Second, okay. All right, so we will, we'll go with, let's see, starting on, so it's Trustee Barto.
So my comment is from a teacher. It says, why are we approving the contract for Russell Lee Sung to become superintendent so soon? I thought we always interview other candidates. Is this the process? Nominate someone as interim superintendent and give them a full contract a month or so later. Our district deserves the best after what we have been through. I'm not saying Mr. Lee Sung is not that. I just don't understand why we are rushing the process. Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Black, you have the next one.
That's from Erica Williams. Please, board, do your due diligence and do not just elect the interim superintendent to the position as official superintendent for Newport Mesa. Please conduct appropriate and wide search to find the most qualified superintendent for the district.
Okay, thank you. I have Lori Smith. I am Lori Smith, retired Newport Mesa teacher, parent, and grandparent of Newport Mesa students. Thank you for this time to comment tonight. I am totally perplexed by your decision to give an acting superintendent a 2-year contract. What if things don't work out? $150,000 of our students' money and our tax dollars that are even more scarce due to COVID would be wasted. Why would you limit the public's right to pursue the very best leadership for our students and the best opportunity in 10 years to free us from failed leadership? After all, the current acting superintendent could be part of the superintendent candidate pool and be compared side by side with other candidates from a national search. And if he is found to be the top choice in a fair, open, and thorough search, just think of what that would do to restore the trust and confidence in the superintendent and board's leadership after its deterioration for the last 10 years. Why wouldn't you play it safe and give a 1-year contract and as insurance so if things don't go well, you can have an out? After all, you could always extend it. Why would you do this with less than 3 months before an election and a major change in the board members? Shouldn't the newly elected board set the course for our students' futures? Why would you limit our students to the best leadership money can buy? Finally, why would you fail to put our students first? Trustee Matoye, you're next.
My submission is by Martha O'Meara. There was a double submission, so we're reading it under this category. I realize there are many decisions being made in these difficult times. However, allowing a temporary superintendent be given a 2-year contract is unacceptable, with an additional clause that if he is removed, he receives a 6-month severance pay. Give him a 1-year contract and start a superintendent search in the next few months. This would allow the new school board to have some input on the new superintendent.
The next one is from Sarah Mooney. I object to offering Mr. Lee Sung or any candidate a 2-year contract as superintendent at nearly $300,000 a year at this time. How was this job posted and what sort of outreach did the board do to truly attempt to reach a diversity of candidates? This is a terrific opportunity for a new voice to join the conversation, to lead the conversation. Number 2, I'd like to see the board actively recruit women to apply for this position. Most teachers are women, especially for lower grades. Women are very engaged in the work of schools, at board meetings, on the PTAs, volunteering in classrooms, serving as school board trustees, etc. It would be nice to see more women leading in administrative positions too. And with the pay gap between men and women, it would be great to see a woman get this high-paying job. This is not the time to make a 2-year decision. We're tied up with a million other things on our plates right now. Most importantly, reopening schools in the middle of a pandemic. We aren't in a position to make a 2-year commitment totaling over $500,000. The decision can wait. Everywhere you turn, school districts are raising concerns about funding. Why are we paying our superintendent so much? I think we need to table this decision for a couple of months.
Thank you. Trustee Anderson?
Yes. Mine is from Wendy Lease. What is fair? Is it fair that this board, which includes 2, maybe 3 trustees who may not serve on the board in 2021, to agree to a 2-year contract for superintendent? No, it is not fair because there will be 2, maybe 3 new board members seated in December after the November 3rd election. Why should you lock the new board into this superintendent agreement when the new board should be free to decide on a superintendent? Please do not try to control the board after your term is over. You are not being fair to the new board, the students, teachers, and parents. Under the circumstances, a 1-year contract is sufficient.
Thank you. Trustee Barto, you have 2 minutes.
I have Jeff and Erica Roberts. Albert Einstein once said, "Imagination is more important than knowledge. Knowledge is limited, but imagination encircles the world." My husband and I have been consistently and deeply involved with the school district, especially over the past 5 years. We had to remove our 4 children from the school district over these years based on the poor decision-making and lies we uncovered from Fred Navarro. While Dr. Navarro is now gone, we understand that Russell Lee Sung, his friend from Anaheim, will be appointed for a 2-year term tonight. We are asking to be heard in opposition to this contract. In addition to being groomed by Dr. Navarro, Mr. Lee Sung simply does not have the requisite experience for this critical position in the district. Anyone who has followed Mr. Lee Sung's career in Newport Mesa will realize that he has risen up through the ranks extremely quickly, raising suspicion as to how he accomplished this feat, and more importantly, whether he has the necessary experience to hold this highly important position. Our specific concerns are as follows. With the new board being elected in November, in which 3 new seats are up, why would you tie the community and this new board with a 2-year contract with a superintendent who they did not have an opportunity to select? Is that my 2 minutes?
Oh, it hasn't gone off yet.
Questions?
No.
Are you truly prepared to vote tonight with the confidence that this is in the best interest of the community? If you say yes, you will be held accountable for those decisions. Common sense dictates that when new trustees are coming in, who will be a reflection of the voting community and the interests they serve, they should be permitted to select the leader that is best suited for representing and carrying out those interests. You should not strap them with a position of such high importance for 2 years without giving them input into that decision. 2, have you surveyed the teachers to understand if they believe that he is the type of leader who can run this district? I believe that if you did such a survey, you would find that many teachers are opposed to him running the district. 3, another question I have is, why 2 years? Who would approve such an agreement? You are aware that Dr. Navarro was planning to leave and you had time to find a replacement then. Why would we wait so long to do a very thorough search for someone to run this great district? Putting Mr. Lee Sung in this position seems like a band-aid. Strapping him to
That
us
is the end of the 2 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, Trustee Black?
Yes, my community member is Jean. Contract says Mr. Lee Sung's contract was signed, approved by the board and council. When was this approved and or discussed? How can a contract start on August 1st when you are voting for approval or disapproving a contract on August 4th? Where is the transparency discussion on the important decision for this for the district?
Okay, thank you. I have Sarah Daniel. Why was the superintendent job opening not posted? Seems to be the board would want to do a very thorough vetting of a wide pool of candidates to ensure the best possible selection given these very unprecedented times. Certainly there is a candidate out there with more virtual learning experience. Trustee Metoyer, you have the next one?
Cynthia Blackwell. This item needs to be pulled from the consent calendar. There is an election in 3 months that will result in a new governing board. The new board should be the ones making the decision, especially in light of all the blunders and debacles that many of the longtime board members allowed under the present administration, of which Mr. Lee-Sung has been a part of. Interim title is fine. What is not fine is any contract that is good until June 2022.
The next one is Michael Schwartzman. Superintendent is a critical position required to work with the board. Hiring one for 2-year term less than 90 days before the election ignores this and is contrary to the wishes of the voting community to which the board reports. Board members seated after this election should interview and retain this critical employee. He should not be forced upon the 3 new board members. There is zero discussion of a salary survey of any efforts to search for alternatives. If NMUSD can't do a search, neither can anyone else, and he can't leave. If another district can do a search, so can we. Based upon the historical animosity toward the last superintendent, the board is urged to get this right, listen, and act thoroughly.
Thank you. Trustee Anderson, you have the next one?
Yes, my public comment is from Steve Smith. Dear trustees, Russell Lee-Sung has no experience as a school superintendent, save for the days he filled in for Frederick Navarro. He has no record of successfully improving academic performance, and he does not have a doctorate, which was a requirement of all previous superintendents. Despite this lack of qualifications, and despite the fact that now, more than ever, the selection of a superintendent is vital to the health of our academic progress, he will be selected as the new superintendent. Considering all of the activities that the district has continued to exercise during this pandemic, using the pandemic as an excuse to select an unqualified district employee as the next superintendent is disingenuous at best. At a time when it is most needed, you could have and should have taken the time to find the best, most qualified person in the nation to lead the district.
Great, thank you. Trustee Barto, would you like to pass and have somebody else read it?
Okay, I got it.
Okay.
I've got Todd Metcalf. My name is Todd Metcalf. I am a teacher at Ensign Intermediate, a graduate of Estancia High School, and have lived in Costa Mesa for all of my 43 years. I was a student during the embezzlement in the 90s. The memory of having a superintendent fired due to actions from his past is also fairly strong in my mind. We need to be 100% certain that we have the absolute best leadership in what is looking like the darkest time in most of our memories. With all due respect, why has it been decided that there will not be a nationwide search for our next superintendent? I understand that things are not normal and that the school board and district administration are faced with the difficult task of determining how to best begin this next school year during a pandemic. That being said, we have been working through COVID-19 since March. There is no excuse for neglecting due diligence. In the past, NMUSD has had an interim superintendent while also accepting applications for the position and going through the process of thoroughly searching for the new superintendent. Why should this be different for NMUSD? This is not the time for a hurried decision. It seems that Mayor Katrina Foley would agree with this statement as well. According to the Daily Pilot article about Dr. Navarro's retirement published on June 13th, Ms. Foley wisely stated, I encourage the current board to actively engage the community stakeholders, including parents, alumni, students, coaches, business leaders, and elected officials and community volunteers in the search for the next leader of the district. Absolutely none of this has occurred. We are going to need a strong leader as we, as a school district and community, continue to navigate through the pandemic and the after effects it will certainly have. Please make absolutely certain that we have the best leadership to be found.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Black, you have the next one.
Yes, my community member is Kathy Estefani. I strongly oppose offering Mr. Lee-Sung a 2-year contract to serve as the new superintendent of our school district. I believe the proper course of action is to offer him a 1-year contract, renewable month to month, the shorter employment contract will give the district stability at this challenging time, while also freeing the board to conduct a wide range search for the leader who will bring the right mix of talent, intelligence, experience, wisdom, and carefully required to address the needs of our wonderfully heterogeneous student population. We need flexibility to conduct the search properly and to hire the right person when he or she materializes in the search. Offering Mr. Lee Sung a 2-year contract now would lock us into the status quo for too long. That would be especially unfair and unwise given the fast approaching election in which the composition of the school board might change significantly. Come November 4th, and the newly constituted school board would have free hand to hire the right person after conducting a proper search. I urge you to offer only a 1-year employment contract to Mr. Lee Sung, renewable month to month. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have the final comment from Tamara Fairbanks. The NMFT Executive Board requests that NMUSD trustees remove agenda item 13C from the August 4th, 2020 board meeting, Board of Education meeting. All stakeholder groups should be highly involved in the selection process. Our executive board is opposed to hiring a superintendent from August 4th, 2020 through June 30th, 2022 without going through a recruitment and selection process. Important reasons why our executive board is opposed to agenda item 13C include the following. 1, as the highest compensated public employee in the Newport Beach and Costa Mesa, the superintendent's position deserves to be publicly posted. Not creating a job posting and interview process likely violates laws related to equal employment opportunities. 2, the input of NMFT and other important stakeholders are not being taken into account. This violates the longstanding practice of including all stakeholders and establish the desired qualifications and significant input into the superintendent selection. 3, Board Policy 2120 for superintendent recruitment and selection is being violated by this agenda item. 4, the Board of Education needs to review the selection process with the public, having a goal of the superintendent position to be filled by July 1 of 2021. As an alternative to making a permanent decision, our executive board supports an interim placement of the superintendent in Unity NMFT executive board. Those are the. Are there any? Oh, I'm sorry.
There's,
I apologize.
there's 3 more.
I see them. Thank you. I see them. Trustee Metoyer, you have the next one.
Mine is from Dr. Leah Ursoilu. I am sympathetic to the Newport Mesa board wanting to have some continuity through these trying times, and I also recognize that as a member of the public, I am not privy to the legal hiring policy and guidelines the Board of Trustees must follow during these times. However, from the outside, to promote Mr. Russell Lee Sung to superintendent through June 2022 does not seem prudent. The employment agreement provides a clause that he receive a 6-month salary and health and welfare benefits for early termination. It is a well-known bureaucratic courtesy not to make major hiring decisions in public agencies for the 6 months preceding an election. There is a simple reason for this. The new leadership may have a different vision for the future and should not be handcuffed by the decisions of individuals who are no longer in leadership. Therefore, the board is actively choosing to include an expensive clause that will more likely than not cost the district over $150,000 during what we all understand to be trying economic times due to the global pandemic. This is poor financial planning. A more reasoned solution would be to offer Mr. Lee Sung a contract through June 2021. This will allow the new board to get settled in November and begin a nationwide search for superintendent after flu season by February, March. This process typically engages a professional executive search firm and takes 3 to 6 months, so it will coincide with the end of Mr. Lee Sung's contract, at which time he can be given the month-to-month extensions if need be until the new superintendent is seated. It also allows him to apply for the position himself, as he may indeed be the absolute best choice for our community. However, we will not know that until we conduct a nationwide search. Newport Mesa is situated in one of the most desirable places to live in the nation. From what we have seen, it clearly pays excellent salaries and has committed and dynamic teaching staff and engaged families. Give us the chance to recruit the absolute best talents in the nation to be at the helm of our wonderful district.
That's the 2 minutes.
Thank you. And trustee Yelsey?
The next comment is from Sandy Asper. It's outrageous that NMUSD would give Russell Lee-Sung the superintendent's position for 2 years, which is basically giving him a lock on the job in perpetuity. To make this decision before the swearing in of new trustees looks shady and in fact is shady. Giving him a tenure of 1 year is reasonable, what 2 is ridiculous. Whether he has ever shown himself to deserve 1 year is arguable based on his stewardship of the NMUSD in the time of the pandemic. The search for a new superintendent should begin in January. And while on that subject, I believe hiring an expensive superintendent search firm at this time and doing it the same old way, which has given us truly problematic results in the past, should be stopped. Let's move into 21st century and open the job up to anyone and everyone who wants to apply. We do not need to go down that old worn road and spend even more money.
Great, thank you. Trustee Anderson?
Yes. My comment is from C.L. Miller. This should be pulled from the consent calendar. We need to wait until after the November election. Please do not proceed.
Okay, great. Thank you for all of the public comments. I do have 2 items, and I would like to make a statement on behalf of the board. The board thoroughly discussed the options in the agendized closed session meetings. I might add, we did this in person with appropriate social distancing and masks. We also met and interviewed Mr. Lee-Sung in an agendized closed session meeting in person as well. The board ultimately decided that hiring Mr. Lee-Sung for 2 years was in the best interest of the district. I appointed Trustee Yelsey and Trustee Bartow to meet with our attorney, Mr. Spencer Covert, and myself to develop and present an offer to Mr. Lee-Sung within the parameters given by the board. We returned to the board in an agendized closed session to seek further clarifications, and ultimately we were able to secure the contract attached in this night's agenda. It is a belief by the majority of this board that this 2-year contract will give the newly constituted board in November time to adjust to their new roles and responsibilities and understand school board governance, evaluate Mr. Lee-Sung in June of 2021, and focus their attention on the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, the safety of our teachers and staff, and the delivery of a high quality instruction to the 22,000 students through the 2021 year without the distraction of going through a superintendent search at this time. In the summer of 2021, as per his contract, the new board may begin to deliberate on conducting a nationwide superintendent search. We have taken nothing away from that new board. We are only giving them time to adjust to their new responsibilities as well as manage this ongoing COVID crisis. And finally, I would like to point out, can you imagine conducting this very important hiring, the single most important hiring that you all have mentioned in these comments and the public has mentioned to us, conducted via Zoom, where there is no ability to interact with the individuals that are applying for the job, nor visit their current districts, nor anything. I think, and we think, the district and the community deserve better. So, item 13C on the board, it is recommended that the Board of Education approve the contract to employ Mr. Lee-Sung in the position of superintendent from August 1st of 2020 to June 30th of 2022 with an annual salary of $298,000 plus health and welfare benefits commensurate with all employees. The terms of the agreement are attached to the agenda. Do I have a motion?
Wait.
Yes, I haven't been, yes, I've got a whole bunch of, I have a whole bunch of what you call it, so I'll just go down that. That's the.
Or I will make a motion to approve.
Okay, Trustee, do we have a second?
I second.
Okay, Trustee Yelsey. Trustee Yelsey, you have your hand up. And then Trustee Anderson, Trustee Barto, Trustee Snell.
Well, I have my hand up to make the motion, but I just wanted to thank you for that detailed explanation of the many hours we spent going over this. It wasn't a rash decision. We thought long and hard about what we were going to do, and I think you outlined very eloquently the reasons for that. And I think Mr. Russell Lee-Sung will do a great job as superintendent. We are in a tough time, and I hope he can prove it to the community that he should be in that position. So thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Anderson, sorry.
Thank you. I too, I want to thank the subcommittee that talked about this and discussed this, and thank you for all the time that you put in. I think that, you know, throughout the process, I have not been in favor of 2 years. I'm not in favor of long contracts for pretty much anything, I think, is, you know, everyone knows that. But I think for this specifically, I would have loved to see us decide on a salary and have an interim superintendent position for this year going forward and start the search in January with a new team. I know for myself personally, I think there are assumptions that are sometimes made about people that are coming in as new board members, and it's an assumption that they will need time and that the crisis will, I mean, it could be over December 1st and everything could go back to school for spring semester. And so I don't know that those are necessarily reasons. I do agree that we need stability, and so I appreciate all of the work that Mr. Lee-Sung has put in over the past year and picking up a lot of slack. And so I'm really in favor of a 1-year contract. And I think there's one piece to me that I really struggle with as well is, you know, over and over again, we talk about the importance of following policy, that is our guide, and that's what we should be following. And you know, in the superintendent search and recruitment board policy 2120, after the introduction in the first paragraph, the stipulation in our board policy, which was updated by the board majority that is here in 2017, was to establish and implement a search and selection process. That hasn't happened. And so and number 7 in our board policy is how and when we will involve community input. That hasn't happened. Number 8, advertising the vacancy. That didn't happen. I'm really concerned about there's another piece in the board policy that, like, to me is paramount, is the legal and ethical obligations regarding equal opportunity. Because there are other people that are on our staff that may have wanted to apply and could have also come in and been a stability to our district, and they didn't have that opportunity. And so I really would have preferred, conversely, if we had been able to appoint Russell for a 1-year interim term and decided on, I understand that there are a salary differential and that he was getting paid more as in an acting superintendent role, and I think to have a negotiation around getting paid a very fair and a huge raise, but for 1 year is the best thing. I do also want to say, I mean, the House of Representatives is conducting hearings right now over Zoom. It is the new normal. There's a lot of countries who do interviews solely remotely. And so this, for some fields, it's not unique. You know, I've applied for jobs in other countries and you do it over Skype. So it's not out of the realm of possibility to interview people. So I really would like to protect the incoming board members' privilege and not have a contract that is for 2 years. I would like to see it be 1 year. And so that is my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Barto.
Yes, I just wanted to say, talk about a time to have to earn the job is during a pandemic is pretty rough. But I do think that respecting the input of the new board members is really, really important. I also don't think this is going to be over in January and really want to make sure that our efforts are 100% focused on keeping high quality instruction and kids in school as much as we can and getting them back into school. I know that the new board coming in are going to have different opinions and different things that are their priorities, as I did a year and a half ago. And I do think we can respect that within the context. And I think it's up to all of us as a board to really keep that dialogue going and keep that as part of, you know, respecting their new voices as we go forward with this position and this new board coming in. That's all.
Thank you, Trustee Snell. Trustee Snell.
I agree with what Michelle has said, and I do respect that there will be a new board in December, actually, the end of December. However, new board members coming on have a lot to learn about governance, about how the district works, about policies. And it's very, as I will quote Dana, Trustee Black, and her phrase of drinking from a fire hose, it is overwhelming the first entire year. In addition, the new board and the new members will be faced with not only whatever comes up, whatever strikes us with COVID, but they will have a lot of other things to do, like setting goals for the following year, which is a huge process that involves working with all members of the cabinet. It involves, when you're new, it involves having private meetings with all members of cabinet to understand how their departments work and how it all fits together. They will also have to learn about governance, and they will need to, in addition to doing the goals, they will need to evaluate the superintendent. They will also need to look at the financial budget for the coming year. I'm sorry, my husband is working. The second semester of our school year, is when we do all the planning for the following year. It's very, very busy. And I believe that it's not a good time to add something to the plate of doing something as important as the superintendent search. I am happy that it is in Mr. Lee-Sung's contract that the board will have the option at the end of next school year to begin a search. So it's not like he's not aware of that, and because it's in his contract, and that to me will give the board a lot of time to do a proper search. Sometimes you don't get the candidate you want the first time around. Sometimes you have to do a second round of searches. Also, it's really important that the community and the teachers are involved in discussions about what they want in a new superintendent, discussions and participation on interview panels. And with Zoom, I know that a lot of people do things on Zoom, but there's nothing like sitting around a table with 20 of your peers and being able to ask your questions and look at the responses and discuss what happens during that interview. And that is how a proper interview and search is done. And so if the new board decides they want to, and like I said, it's sort of predestined, they will start their search at the end of the school year. They have plenty of time to pick the right person, whether it be Dr. Lee-Sung. They have time to get to know him and then choose an appropriate candidate. And the candidate has time to onboard onboarding a new person to our district at this point is, I think, well, I don't want to say crazy. It's, I don't think it's best practice. So those are my reasons for wanting continued stability for the staff, for the students, for the parents, and giving ourselves some extra time to pick the right candidate and to have time to onboard and move into the next year. So that's my comment.
Thank you. Trustee Black.
You know, I feel it is extraordinary times, and I've been through, you know, multiple searches, and I just really want I'm sorry, we keep promoting you, Russell Lee-Sung, but I feel you earn a doctorate based on what you have been through. And I actually am very grateful that you're agreeing to this. And I do know, you know full well what you're walking into. And you have community members that come to every meeting, and, you know, for whatever reason, they enjoy the attacks and they have a perceived vision of the district. But my vision of working every day, just as hard as everyone else, you're very committed and to the students and the staff, and I know you're not sleeping. I mean, you say you are, but we know you're not, because nobody can do that much in a 24-hour period and get enough sleep. So I'm grateful, you know, really grateful that, you know, when we asked you, that you agreed to look into it and work with the board. And so, and I know our community as a whole is grateful for your service as well. So, and I also know that it's time for us as a school community to work together to make sure that our students don't fall behind, and that our staff is supported. And I believe you're the person for the job, for the leadership. So again, you know, I'm very grateful, you know, for your leadership as well.
Thank you. We have our attorney here, Mr. Spencer Covert. I asked him to join us in this meeting to explain a couple of items that we as a board were getting. Perhaps, Spencer, are you here?
I am.
Perfect. There are a couple of items that that have just been brought up by Trustee Anderson. Could you address Board Policy 2120 and what that is involved with in terms of hiring?
Thank you very much for the opportunity, and good evening, members of the board and community and staff. The Board Policy 2120 lists a number of guidelines that can be followed, but one of the guidelines that is in there is the ability to promote from within. And that was the option that the board pursued through a number of announcements for meeting in closed session that were all announced to the public. And from time to time, districts, both large and small, have promoted from within. So there is no legal requirement to post and advertise for a position of school superintendent.
The second one that has been brought up on a number of occasions is, could you explain the difference between a superintendent, an interim superintendent, and an acting superintendent?
Certainly. An interim superintendent is just that. That person does not enjoy the full powers and authority that is available to a superintendent. And it's the board's prerogative, and I understand there can be differences of opinions, but there are board prerogatives that permit the board to hire a superintendent. As you all know, the Education Code provides for up to a 4-year agreement. This agreement happens to be 23 months. The reasons for and the countervailing reasons have been discussed this evening. for the public and considered by the board as indicated by you, Mrs. Fleur.
Okay, and then also the Article 11, which was board option to terminate the agreement without cause.
Yes, the government code specifies that contracts with school superintendents as well as other high-level public officials at the local government level shall have a clause authorizing the ability to terminate the agreement without cause. This agreement also provides for, of course, termination with cause. But without cause is at the absolute discretion of the board. The law in California permits a clause up to 12 months. This agreement provides for a 6-month payment if the board were to determine to give Mr. Lee Sung notice of termination without cause.
Thank you. And finally, something that unusual that this board directed us to negotiate in was Article 10, Superintendent recruitment. Can you address that?
Yes, ultimately it's going to be the decision of the board as to how it wants to fill this position. And in discussing this matter with the board, it was determined that it would be good for there to be a period of time when the board would decide whether to move forward with the recruitment process. It was determined that that would be a good time for many of the reasons that were stated by several of the board members here with respect to the vast amount of duties and responsibilities the board will have. And therefore, the board has given itself the ability to make that decision by summer 2021. And at the same time, it's recognized that Mr. Lee Sung may be a candidate should the board decide to conduct a search. And that's provided for in Article 10 of the agreement.
Okay, great. I think those were all the questions that I had received. Were there any other questions that you remember that you felt need to be addressed? Trustee Barto.
The questions are thorough, I think, in terms of what everyone questioned. I just wanted to bring up the point that we still have our emergency COVID resolution in place. And once we have a actual superintendent, we may no longer need that. So just something for the board to consider.
Good point. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, with that, there has been a motion by Trustee Black and seconded by Trustee Yelsey to approve the agreement to employ Mr. Russell Lee Sung in the position of superintendent from August 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2022, with an annual salary of $298,000 plus health and welfare benefits commensurate with all employees. And the terms of the agreement are attached to the agenda. I think this is a great opportunity for our district and Mr. Lee Sung. I am pleased that call for the question. Roll call, please.
Trustee Fleur?
Yes.
Trustee Yelsey?
Yes.
Trustee Black?
Didn't hear you.
Trustee
Yes.
Black?
Yes.
Trustee Barto?
Yes.
Trustee Anderson?
Unfortunately, due to the 2 years, I need to vote no. Thank you.
Trustee Snell?
Yes.
Trustee Metoyer?
Yes.
Okay, congratulations, Mr. Lee Sung. We are very pleased. We look forward to working with you. Your work is cut out for you. As we have talked about, I do want to make available that I talked to Mr. Lee Sung this morning, and after school closes, we opens, not closes, opens after August, say in September. He is absolutely willing to meet with the community. It'll be via Zoom, but we will have a number of sessions, probably one in each zone, where if all works out with tomorrow's meeting, that we will be able to host that type of meeting so that you can get to know trustee, the superintendent, and have those questions answered. We're looking forward to him doing that. And I think that you will be quite pleased with his attention to detail, his flexibility, and I can tell you from my personal experience, and I believe from the rest of us, he is really engaging the board, unlike any other superintendent I have worked with, and I've worked with 5. And so I really appreciate that. He is allowing, a lot of superintendents try and protect their board. He is not. He is giving us some very critical information that not necessarily we'd like to hear, but we need to hear it and help assist in making those discussions. He is also one that is very detailed oriented. So he doesn't let anything pass without his involvement and his fingers in it. So again, thank you, Russell. We're working with you. And the next step in the board is we need to arrange a time to sign. And second, we will need, and he will work with a schedule to start working on his goals and objectives. So you're gonna be busy.
I am. President Floor, I have a few words to say. If
Absolutely.
Okay. First of all, I do want to say I truly appreciate this entire board, each of you, for the support and the opportunity to lead this incredible district and staff for our students in our community. I do want to acknowledge that I have always respected the board, and I respect this board in making the decision to hire a superintendent. I also respect the board, the new board that will be coming on after the election. I respect their decision to conduct a search if that's what they choose, or to extend the contract and allow me to continue to lead. I respect that. That's the role of the board, a very important role that I acknowledge. And I just want to say that, almost to the day 35 years ago, I stepped into a classroom as a teacher and loved every moment of it. In fact, I've told the story to many of you that I actually cried when I left the classroom to go into administration because I never thought I would. But it was set out for a mission, very simple, and that is to support students, to fulfill their dreams, to fulfill their goals, and to do so by providing them the skills and the opportunities and the character to make that happen. And so, I did that as a teacher. I did that as a site principal. I did that as a district administrator. Even though I wasn't in a classroom, I still kept that mission at the forefront of my work every single day. And so now I thank you for that opportunity to do that and continue that mission in this role as superintendent. I also want to state that there was a public comment, and I understand, how the public feels and the opportunity to do a search. I completely understand that. But there was one comment about not having a track record of improving student achievement. And I need to address that. That one hit home because I have a very proud record of wherever I've been that student achievement has gone up. And not only student achievement, but also student opportunity. And I would love that opportunity, like you stated, Mrs. Floor, to have to be able to meet people. I wish it was in person, but we'll find a way to do that for people to get to know me, but also more importantly for me to listen and to build those bridges. And not only to keep our district stabilized, but to keep our district moving forward and bring it to higher levels than it's ever been. So I'm proud to serve this board. I'm proud to serve this district and everybody involved with it. So thank you again for the opportunity.
Congratulations. Thank you, Russell. We are moving on to item 13D, which is actually item 14.7. A7, approve agreement with Global Environmental Network, Inc. for custodial training for biohazard cleanup and disinfection response, sorry. Trustee Black, you pulled it?
Yes, I did. And I'm very grateful for Mr. Bednick and I think it's pronounced Geisler. I only can respond to him as Jonathan, which I appreciate his, offer of that. And so I am really excited about what's going on. But I also have a concern, not necessarily about the process or what, but I think it's really important for our staff to have the confidence. And so I'm going to inquire it. Number one, I would like to be trained or go through the training because I really fully want to understand, because I will get questions about that because I already have been. And also in talking with teachers, more than anyone else, their own confidence. And I think if it's possible, and I don't know if it is, I'm sure it's not, but I'm hoping that it is, that we give them an opportunity to understand what this staff is going to be doing for them and how to observe whether or not, those things are happening properly. And I think, when everybody's on the same page and understands what the training is, then it makes it, a little easier for, people to accept that and understand what the job actually entails. And I do believe it's something we should work for, to have everybody understand, what's happening. But also, I think it's a huge job, and the accountability piece and the so-called auditing. I really think that we need more eyes, not necessarily in a gotcha mode, because that is not my intent. I think it's more of understanding so that we fully, understand. And I think it will really help teachers explain to parents and also to their students to explain why. Why are we having to do this, or why? I think it's just an all-around good way of making sure that we prepare, our school community for this. So I would like to, I'm going to support this, but I would like to, get the information that it would be to our advantage to have training available to anyone who would like to do it. And I'm going to be the first volunteer as a custodian. So then if something happens where we don't have enough custodians, I know I could go in and clean it. And I'm not joking. I would volunteer to do that if we needed it. So anyway, that was my reason for pulling it off. And I've really thought about this for a long time, because I know it's going to be a concern for everyone involved, so I appreciate the time.
Thank you, Trustee Black. Mr. Trader, not Trader, Holcomb or Russell, would you like to address this? Or Mr. Bidnick, we're okay.
I appreciate what Mrs. Black said. One of the things that in working with us together, I appreciate having both Mr. Geisler on board now and Mr. Bidnick. Mr. Bidnick has worked very diligently the last year and a half to continue to improve our quality assurance and quality control processes and our training for our staff. This is part of that. We are also going to be in an increasingly better position here very soon as our new risk manager comes on board in a couple of weeks. It will give us someone with very, very great skills in this area to work alongside our existing staff to continue to make sure that all of our employees across the district have the appropriate training and understanding about how to maintain a safe workspace.
Okay, so may I have a motion, please?
Did we pull it for a separate vote?
Yes.
Yes.
I move that we approve 14, whatever.
14A7.
Thank you.
Is there a second?
I'll second. Mrs. Barto.
Okay, so it's moved by Trustee Metoyer, seconded by Trustee Barto. Roll call, please.
Trustee Fleur?
Yes.
Trustee Yelsey?
Oh, Trustee Yelsey's not here?
She has gone off. For those of you, she's not well.
Trustee Black?
Yes.
Trustee Barto?
Yes.
Trustee Anderson?
Yes.
Trustee Snell?
Yes.
Trustee Metoyer?
Yes.
Okay. It is now 10:30. We have an additional item, which is the resolution consent calendar, as well as the community input per our board policy.
Did we vote on the whole consent calendar?
The resolution consent calendar, honey.
I know, but did we vote on the whole consent calendar yet? Thank you,
No.
Ms. Anderson. We just voted on the one we pulled. We didn't
No,
vote
we
on the whole
voted on the
calendar.
consent. Let's see, where is the consent calendar?
14.
Oh.
We just voted on 14A7.
Oh, that's right, because we moved it to discussion action. I apologize. Yes.
That's right.
So I am just.
I move that we, do we have to read the thing?
No, we don't have to.
Thank you. I move that we vote.
But
on the
we have
consent
two
calendar.
things. We're going to vote on this, but then we have to move to extend. We have to make a decision to extend the meeting. So is there a motion to approve the consent calendar as presented?
I did. Then I'll second.
Who said that? Who said that?
Dana moved.
Black and Metoyer.
Okay, Trustee Black moved. Poirier seconded. Roll call.
Trustee Floor?
Yes.
Trustee Yelsey? Absent. Trustee Black?
Yes.
Trustee Barto?
Yes.
Trustee Anderson?
Yes.
Trustee Snell?
Yes.
Trustee Metoyer?
Yes.
Okay, now we have two things. We have a resolution consent, which is item 15, and we also have community input on non-agenda items, of which there are 1 regarding back-based schedule, 2 regarding meeting format, and 169 regarding facility use pool reopening. My suggestion is twofold. One is we need to move, and we are only allowed to extend the meeting 1 time. That's the first one. The second one is making a recommendation that if we're going to read these items, that we limit again, they're randomized, that we limit the comments to 2 minutes, and we take the 20 or 30 minutes of however what you want to do, or we do not read them and you have them in yours in entirety. That is up to you how you want to handle these items, but we do need to decide to vote. We need to extend the meeting by X number of minutes.
I have a question.
Yes.
If we vote not to extend the meeting,
Then
when
what
would we finish this up?
Yeah.
The resolution consent, I would have to ask about whether the resolution consent calendar is time sensitive. It appears that it is, because it's on 2 items, the interest code, the conflict of interest, and the authorization to put Russell as superintendent as well as Mr. Trader. So those 2. So if we did just the 15, that would take a 5-minute, but and that's time sensitive. So we have to do that tonight.
But can we dispense with informal reports and board member reports and all that?
Yeah, we would. Yeah.
I agree. I would prefer to have 20 minutes of public comment, because we specifically, it's been a long meeting, but we also have so many comments. So I think we owe it to the public to listen. And I agree with Trustee Snell to just not do the reports at the end, unless people have something specific.
I would like to move that we extend our meeting no later.
Just have to recommend, because it's not on the agenda. So just.
Then I recommend that we extend our meeting to get through the resolutions and 20 minutes of comments. And acknowledging that the board, at least I have read all 160 of those comments that want us to open the pool.
Mm-hmm. Wouldn't it be simpler if, having a secondary motion that we approve, go through 15, and then maybe we can just get some comment from Russell on community use permits? Because I mean, you could read 5 questions and they're pretty much the same thing. People just want to know when will be.
Sure, I like that.
Good idea. That's a good idea.
So
I like that.
So let me, okay, so one is to move, to extend, but we do have 2 comments on that are not related to the school.
Well, we should read those.
Okay, so can we just go till, it's 10:35, we'll go to 11 o'clock. That gives us 25 minutes. And we can get through, and Russell, if you can explain some of that comments, and then we'll read those 2 comments, and then we'll deal with it that way. But they're all we have them, and they're on the non-agenda items.
Can I make a motion to adopt both resolutions in one fell swoop?
Yes, it's a resolution consent. Yes, absolutely.
I move that we adopt resolution number 02-08-20, Conflict of Interest Code 2020 Biennial Review, and we adopt resolution 03-08-20, authorizing approval of signatures on the electronically printed checks produced by the Orange County Superintendent of Schools.
Okay, it's been moved by.
I'll second that.
It's been moved by Trustee Matoye, seconded by Trustee Black. Roll call.
Trustee Floor,
Yes.
Trustee Gilsey, absent. Trustee Black,
Yes.
Trustee Barto,
Yes.
Trustee Anderson,
Yes.
Trustee Snell,
Yes.
Trustee Matoye.
Yes.
Terrific. Thank you. Informal. So now we're going to move to community input on non-agenda. We will read items. Oh, I gotta find these pages. Let's see. We have one on. There it is.
Back Bay, have you got it?
High school. Trustee Barto, that's you.
Let me bring that up one moment. If someone else has it up and they want to read it, I'm fine.
I'll read it.
Thank you.
This is from Dennis Ashendorf. Back Bay's calendar was set during the era of seat time. It neither fits our era nor the schedules of our other schools, where ease and timing of transfers are vital concerns to a well-run district. Only one other Orange County continuation school has maintained trimesters. All others use quarters. It is time for Back Bay to have a semester quarter calendar aligned with the district standard. This has supermajority support from the entire staff of Back Bay and Monte Vista. It's easy to change. No extreme effort is needed by the school to implement it.
Okay, thank you. And item number, second one is on meeting format. Trustee Black.
Yes, this is from Cindy. Shame on you for keeping parents out of the conversation and meeting behind closed doors. You are making important decisions. The least you could have met in your parking lot outside and social distance. It's time to replace you with individuals who listen and care about their students and communities. Comment cards and surveys are a cop-out. Face-to-face, honest conversation, pandemic or not, is the best way to communicate with parents. Your fear has caused a division and disrespect. Time for you to all go.
Okay, thank you. And I have Wendy Lees. What is the purpose of the Brown Act? It's to allow the public comment on all items other than property, legal issues, or personnel. Brown Act gives our First Amendment right to speak to elected officials who represent us. Yet the board continues to do as little as possible to comply with the spirit of the Brown Act during COVID. As a longtime NMUSD taxpayer, I am always interested in how my tax dollars are being used to provide for the education of our local youth. I implore you to figure out how to allow for in-person or live public comments. The pandemic is ongoing, yet the board continues to marginalize the public by only allowing our comments written in an email. You cannot hear the frustration in my voice. You give no excuse for using the example. You give no excuse for not using the examples of the city of Costa Mesa and the city of Newport Beach, who have adjusted to COVID restrictions on public gatherings and allow for live and in-person comments. Either you don't care about the public or you're lazy and can't figure it out. Thank you. Okay, so I have one comment that I will make a suggestion for, and that is a resolution in support of Hoag Hospital. I've been contacted by Hoag Hospital. You know, Hoag Hospital is a longtime partner with ours, and they are in the process of wanting to take back and become a community-based hospital again. And they have asked us, I have a resolution, I am asking that we put it onto the board agenda for our next meeting. So I will get you the resolution. It's in support of Hoag. The city of Costa Mesa, the city of Irvine, and the city of Newport Beach have all passed this resolution in support of Hoag Hospital. So, Russell, you have, we have 169 comments regarding the opening of our pools, or in some cases, we've had comments before on opening of athletics. Would you care to comment and try and give some perspective to this?
Yes, absolutely. I want to take us back not too long ago, about a month ago. We were moving very quickly to reopen our athletic programs. And we had utilized some national guidelines. We started some training. We were moving in that direction very deliberately right around the 4th of July. And if you recall, there was an immediate stopping of that because it was clear that the state did not issue or did not have guidelines that existed. And so when we were talking about it back then, we believe that we need to start with our own athletic programs who have not been brought back and have not been participating because of that. And we were doing this in what I believe is the proper order to get them back, our programs back, and then also then looking at our community uses of our facilities, and to do it safely and to do it properly. And so when that stopped, pretty much everything stopped. And that's when the cases in Orange County started to increase dramatically. And we're only now starting to see that those numbers are going down and getting to a more reasonable level. Coinciding with that, we did just receive some guidance from the state in terms of youth sports that just came out literally a day ago. So we're going to be looking at that, but we have to make sure that we prioritize the correct things. And as you know, our priority right now is preparing for the start of our school year and getting our programs up and running. And when it's safe to do so, we will begin to bring people back to our facilities, to bring our students back to our campuses. And so community use is one of those things, but it has to be done in the proper order, and staff has to be directed to put their time and efforts in the right things. So we hear the concern, we hear the need that our community organizations want to use our facilities, but we have to do this in the proper order and to do it safely. And we will get there. And I'm just going to really beg for the patience of everybody that we will tend to that. But we got to take care of some things first and reopen in the proper order.
So Russell, if I understand correctly, when you talk about reopening our schools or on August 24th, you're talking about, we're going to distance learning. Does that preclude our youth sports? Because our youth sports they've given us guidelines for our sports. They've given us guidelines of when the seasons are going to be occurring. So does that include our kids in our athletics?
Right, and I have not had a chance to really dive deep into the new guidance that was just released.
Okay.
But if we can't reopen for any type of in-school, we cannot reopen for athletics or sports. So when our numbers get better, when we start looking at our school programs, then we can also start looking at community use of our facilities.
Okay, but our kids come first, right? And our athletics.
That's what I believe is the proper order.
Okay. Trustee Barto, your hand is up.
Yes, I just wanted to make the counterpoint that when we're talking about our kids, a lot of these kids in youth sport programs are our kids. They are our students. That's just because they're not through a high school program doesn't mean that they aren't our students. And in a lot of cases, they're currently using fields in parks to practice sports. And I just feel like sometimes we get, I know we're trying to do the right thing and open up sports, but I'm just kind of, I guess, challenging all of us to think of these kids as our kids as well, and not just because they're not high school athletes doesn't mean that there are students who need healthy exercise resources that we kind of control in terms of pools.
Well said, Mrs. Barto. We just have to remember versus for-profit, not-for-profit. Okay. Great. Trustee Snell and then Trustee Anderson.
Okay, I want to clarify something. So are you saying that our facilities, our pool, our fields cannot be used until we get out of distance learning?
Currently, the state is saying that we cannot reopen for any in-person instruction. And like I said, I have not read the guidance in detail, but it would just make sense that if we cannot have any of our campuses open for any in-person activity, it certainly wouldn't be an exception to have our youth sports back on our campuses. Okay, so I'll be better prepared if we back at the next board meeting, but that's what I believe is the case.
Because that's really disturbing. That's really awful. I mean, because it's one thing to be in a classroom and be
but they were saying they've been watching basketball, baseball, and they're in a very protective bubble, and they're having high numbers. And after only being together for less than a month, and so their parents are not in favor, or at least that was part of the consensus. And but I do think that whatever you get out of the latest guidance, that we need to send it to at least our community has the opportunity to see what's in front of us. Why are we stalling, or why do we not feel it's safe? And, and see if maybe we can, partner, because we are also going to have somebody supervise that, at our district. We're just not going to have outside groups, coming in and taking over our facilities. It's just, that would not be, the proper way. So there's a lot of questions, and we have to focus on opening school. That is our priority. I get that, but it would be nice to have some, guidelines. This is what we learned. This is what we're working on, so at least they're not out there holding their breath, because it is really frustrating. Thank you.
I hear you.
Trustee Metoyer, you have your hand up again?
No, I didn't take it down. I just talked.
So so
I'm done.
Okay, Trustee Black, do you have any other questions? Okay.
I do not.
Okay.
Are we ready for the resolutions?
Oh yeah, thank you for remembering. No, we resolved.
We already did them.
We did it, okay. And then so now we're reading the comments, yes? Let's do that. It's 10:52.
We have 8 minutes.
So we're gonna read, so we're gonna start with, what page are we on? Page 15, is that it?
Facility use.
Yeah. Starts on page 14 with Trustee Metoyer. You have the first one.
Hold on, I've got to get there.
And we'll go for Rosie.
Please consider granting CMAC access to Costa Mesa's high school pool for the benefit of their young athletes. My 3 children missed their workouts as they noticed the negative change physically and mentally over these months from not being able to swim a few days each week. As distance learning begins, they are hoping they will have a positive outlet by allowing them to return to the pool. Please consider not only the physical, but also the mental well-being of all the young athletes who benefit by participating in CMAX practices each day.
Okay, I will read Trustee Yelsey's. That's Lori Verdegal. Please consider opening the Newport Harbor pool for the sports of water polo. Water polo is a safe sport in the pool and a necessity for athletes' healthy state of mind. Participation in regular physical activity can increase self-esteem and reduce stress, anxiety, and depression, which is at all-time high during this pandemic. Regular physical activity can help children and adolescents improve cardiorespiratory illness, build strong bones and muscles, control weight, and reduce the risk of developing health conditions such as heart disease. This helps with reduction of high-risk categories present with COVID-19. Physical distancing can be achieved while still maintaining social connections. Social interaction in particularly beneficial for child development, and the right environment can help children develop strong language skills, creativity, empathy, communication, and confidence. While risk of virus spread is present and will remain a concern, the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, says that when swimming pools are properly maintained, the chlorine in the water should, quote, in quotes, inactivate coronavirus, which would prevent the virus from spreading. This makes sense because there is no evidence that coronavirus spreads to people through the water in pools, according to the CDC. As an employee of USA Water Polo and the men's national Olympic team manager, I have seen the protocols and safety measures put in place for a, quote, return to play, unquote, process. I firmly believe that if coaches enforce correct and consistent protocols, that the sport of water polo can be safely played in the pool. The below information was gathered to support to return the Olympic and professional teams to training both in the US and Europe. This is a small part of an extensive research from a virologist, which included information that high-risk exposure does not occur during a 2-meter situation in water polo. If you're
2 minutes is that, Mrs. Fluor.
Thank you. Okay, Trustee Anderson, you're next.
My comment is from Valerie Kelly. Dear board members, my name is Valerie Kelly. I've been a Newport Beach resident for over 20 years. I have also raised 6 children that have attended both public and private schools in our city. They have participated in all sports from crew, outrigger, water polo, basketball, and baseball. Our family has been very diligent and careful during this pandemic. We have strictly abided by all city, state, and CDC guidelines pertaining to social distancing, facial protection, and stay-at-home orders. In turn, I have seen some serious depression, anxiety, physical degradation develop in my younger and older children due to their reduced activities in sports and social interaction. Clearly, without any research as a mother, the cause and effect of this pandemic is more than just a physical price. The mental is far worse. I feel by allowing the pool to be open and wisely allowing children to return to healthy activities such as swimming and water polo, this would have overall benefits to all involved. I feel that if precautions and protocols are taken that are similar to Newport Beach Junior Guards program, there would be no harm in allowing pool sports to continue. We have to look at the mental aspect, the harm of inactivity, as well as the economic detriment this shutdown has caused. Please open the pool. Its benefits far outweigh the risk. Remember, I'm a mother first, and I would never put my children in harm's way purposefully. Together, we can intelligently develop a safe and effective plan that allows children to participate safely while benefiting from physical activities.
Thank you. Trustee Barto, you have the next one?
Mine is from Carson Simonson. Please open the pool so we can train. My coaches will always put safety first.
Thank you. Trustee Black, you have the next one?
Yes, mine's from Elisa Hardesty. I'm a parent of 4 athletes, 2 of which are swimmers and water polo players. how can it be safe for children to be at camps with different kids each week, but not safe to be in the pool with the same kids they have been with in some cases for years? The Costa Mesa Aquatic pool and other pools have to open in a safe manner. I understand for this sanity of the children of all ages involved. School has already been taken from them by the virus, but allow them to do something they love in some manner with kids and teammates their age. Junior guards was the best thing my kids could have done, you know, for the minds and bodies. Please allow this to continue. They need the activity in their lives. Thank you.
Okay, mine is from Laura Cuneo. My child is 9 years old. She was one of the CMAC swim team all last year. It was so incredibly fun to watch her team watch her learn a new skill and then race her heart out to get to as many blue, red, or whatever color ribbon she could grasp. She loved meets, but even more the practices. When she was in the water, she would transform and become alive. She worked to be the next level team just so before the shutdown in March, and was swimming up to 4 hours a week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Going from that to 0 time in the pool has been devastating. I want her to return to the pool. We tried getting on a wait list at Halecrest to have access to a neighborhood pool, but have been told that can take up to 2 years. We've tried to get her into the YMCA, but they only have lanes open for adults at this time. I drove home in tears. It brings me so much joy to see my daughter swim. Please, please open up the pool at Costa Mesa High School and Estancia. That was such a beautiful location. Spread the kids out. Have the coaches wear masks. Whatever we need to do, we will do it. It is not healthy for our kids to be at home with little to zero exercise. We do go to bike rides frequently, but it's not the same. In the heat of the summer, wouldn't you rather cool off and get fit in a refreshing pool? Please open the pool gates. I'm begging you. The kids need it. The parents need it. Our community needs it. Thank you in advance for your consideration on this topic. Sink or swim, please choose swim. Jose de la Jara and Keith Ryan have built such an incredible program and coaching staff. It's their business, their livelihood. So many of other businesses, gyms, pools have opened responsibly. I know if given the chance, they could blow your expectations out of the water. Please open the pool. Let's not forget that swim team and lessons are optional, meaning those that are not ready to come back won't. But those that are more than ready to swim again will be the most grateful.
That is the end of 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
And 11 o'clock.
And it's 11 o'clock. And that is time. So we all have the comments as Mrs. Metoyer stated. All of us have read them. We will read them again. Mr. Lee-Sung, congratulations. We will move forward. There's no other pressing. I'm expecting that it may be a more lengthy Friday update since staff didn't able to share.
Staff's in leadership.
Yeah, staff's in leadership will ever. And so we'll see you all tomorrow, 8 a.m.
Mrs. Snyder, we took you to the very last possible minute you could possibly have.
Thank you. And then Rosie will be sending us an email about how we're going to schedule the sign on.
Move to adjourn.
Drive carefully. Thank you for the motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
A second.
Thank you, Trustee Barto. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. See you tomorrow.
So long. Bye, Sherry.
Bye, Sherry.
Bye.
Thank you, Sherry.